Alchemize your energy. Darling, let your spirit be free. Don't give up, keep on pushing through. Now is the time, it's all up to you. Alchemize your energy, my friend. Let your spirit be free. Don't give up, keep on pushing through. Now is the time, it's all up to you. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, we will always take flight. Keep on pushing through the darkness of night. There's no limit, let's reach for the sky. Shine so bright, from darkness to light. I love who I am. I'm loving me. Look in the mirror, unapologetically. Love what I see. Love who I am. I am invincible. I am a fan. My curves and my features, God makes no mistakes. I am successful. I am what it takes. I'm bulletproof. I'm 100 proof, and I love who I see. Because I'm living my truth. I'm invincible. I'm incredible. A star in the making. I reach past the clouds. I'm invincible. I'm incredible. And no one can stop me. Can stop me now. I'm invincible.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Alchemizing Energy. Can you guys hear me good? Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, I hear you just fine.
All right, so we have Sugar Love, Lakeisha. We have a special guest, Kulu, live streaming, and we have our man of the hour, Lex Vortex, here, and he is here to explain to us about the dark side cult. Now, if you guys are not familiar, the dark side is a cult, or was a cult explained by a guy named Blue, who came here and described this as a cult. And I want to just share some of what a little bit of what he was talking about with the cult. And we just needed more understanding, because we found out was that that Lex is actually the leader of the cult, or I'm not sure who's the leader, but we're gonna get clarity, because I'm not sure who's. There's some confusion going on. So let me just let's just play this and hear Blue, who said he's the current leader of the cult called the Dark Side. Cult-like behavior in a long time, ever since Nature Boy got arrested. Our last interview was Janae, or was it Trey 69? Trey 369. Janae. Okay, we interviewed Janae, the person that arrested, got Nature Boy arrested. And that was the last time we did cult-like behavior. And and I hadn't run across any more cults. I was like, okay, well, maybe the cults are over with, But then I meet Blue.
Peace.
So Blue, give me before we don't want to go too deep into the cult first. We want to understand, who is Blue. Okay, what made you, and then what kind of brought you to this point to becoming a cult leader first?
Right. But what you will read in the Torah is that he was against divination. But what you actually find out is that no, it's not divination per se. The issue is that we started to see they wanted us to give up our ancestors and take on the Eurasian ancestors. And So the dark side was created as a radical way to counteract some of the conscious psyops that the Abrahamic and the Eurasians have put on us, as well as some of the physical ones too.
So,
Well, knowing that other people make the decisions and they just get up and put in 8 hours and go home. Like people want to come home and worry about all of the extra stuff. That's why even when, and this is like the importance when recognizing that you're a shepherd compared to a sheep. Now, knowing that you're a shepherd, there's certain responsibilities that you have with your sheep, because sheep are going to automatically be drawn to you. Now, how you send your sheep out is on you. The way a family would be structured would be based off of the environment, just like any other family. There's never been a family structure that wasn't based off of the environment and the conditions around them.
So it sounds like to me like it's not a cult. It sounds like a fraternal or organization. Because the cult is definitely going to have all of. So the family is the center of everything, because human beings don't exist without population. So once you have that structure of giving birth to a child, how that child is raised, man, female, how it's nurtured by nature, etc. Like if that's not even considered or taken account into, what's the family structure of our cult?
In a culture, right?
Yeah, a culture. How is a culture? Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. Okay, in Mali, or was it Mali in Kenya? The women build the houses. The men go out and hunt. It takes them 6 months to build the house. The men go out and hunt, come back, and he's allowed to have multiple wives. The more wives he has, the bigger house they can be built. So that's the culture of that thing, right? That's their culture, right? You say a culture.
How did they get to that idea?
So I don't want to get too deep into that whole thing, but I wanted to show a little bit of that, because that question got to be a pretty big question in that live, and it never really. I don't think it really ever got completely answered all the way. I think the answer he did give an answer, but I think the answer was pretty much that society will dictate the family structure or whatever, So there was a lot of things that in this interview, and I hope you guys go back and watch it. It was kind of confused. Hey, Peace, Blue is here in the audience. Hey, investing out the blue.
Hey, Genesis, I don't mean to interrupt, but the timestamp you're looking for the leader question is 1 hour, 6 minutes, 37 seconds.
Okay. One. All right, so
1:6:37 or 3:5 or whatever you can do. Right, that's fine right there.
Okay, it'll be a little bit before, but now let's get a little bit into the next part, the question of the leadership aspect. So. Yeah, because we're at the 1 hour mark, so we wonder if anybody got any questions. We don't want to keep you too long, but we definitely want to get one thing I did want to ask about. Like I said, so you started this group, correct? Or was it like a bunch of people that started it? Are you the leader of the group, or are you just a member of it?
No, actually, I am the leader of the group. Definitely, as far as right now, especially the face of it, as far as for right now. But we looking for other people who are younger and can kind of take it.
I'm sorry.
And kind of go further with it.
I'm sorry. What's y'all mission statement, bro? Oh, so I got my sense of humor. I'm sorry, y'all. What's your mission statement? Google got a mission statement. Every major corporation has a mission statement. What dark side mission statement? Go.
Yeah, we are the last hope for humanity. The ones that the ancestors have chosen to get rid of your schisms, isms, and all the other things that been holding us back and causing self-hate. So yeah, the point of it is to rebuild the Tower of Babel. We feel like all of us together are Babel, and that's what we'll do.
So you guys together are Babel, okay?
I feel like all of us, I feel like Aboriginal people in general globally are the Tower of Babel. When they talk about the Tower of Babel and the let us come down and cause confusion and this and that, that I think that's what we see happening amongst the Aboriginal people. Even from the story, you know, even how the invasion, how they invaded the Canaanites, you can see that play out not only in West Africa, East Africa.
All right, so I'm gonna stop it right there because we have our guest here. Because you know, I think that he'll be able to explain a lot of the things that we just didn't understand at the end of that. Because it was kind of, it didn't seem like it didn't seem organized. I'm sorry, just to be quite honest. And I want to also just let I don't want to be the only one that like kind of talks about it, but let's just get a background on who Lex Vortex is, and then we'll go into the dark side. So Lex Vortex, welcome to the panel. I'm sorry, I know it starts off weird, but let's just start it off with who is Lex Vortex, and where does this dark side thing come into play? How did the dark side? Are you the creator of the dark side? I know I asked a lot of questions. I'm sorry. First is who is Lex Vortex? Go ahead. Your mic is there you go.
Oh, Lex Vortex is, you know, I'm just a being on this plane of existence that, you know, had experiences that um that I observed and analyzed and came up with different ways in psychology to uplift my people. You know, getting into all who I am, that's probably a whole nother show. But you know, I've been through just, you know, I would consider myself well studied. I've been through just about every ism and schism that we can go through, from religion to philosophy to ideology. But in terms of the dark side, it didn't really just start with me. I'm probably the one who put the most gas behind it and who, you know, promoted it the most and, you know, did the most in terms of marketing and promoting and attracting other people to the message. But you see in Yami and Butu in the chat, you know what I'm saying? We consider him the Sith Lord in a way. But it all started from years ago, us having debates with religious people in like the back chats and Google Hangouts. And so a group of us just ended up kind of bonding together because we had some of the same ideas and the same viewpoints in terms of um, the effect that Western religions had upon the African people. And so when we did that, people started saying we was a cult. And that was mostly the religious extremists that do that whenever anyone opposes them. So in psychology, you disempower things by taking it on. So instead of fighting back and going, "Oh, we're not a cult," and okay, yeah, we're a cult. Fine. You know what I'm saying? And we had no problem with that. You know, but that's really like a little bit of satire. We really are just we're truly a group of people who shares the same views and study information from science, technology, engineering, math, philosophy, who have an African centered point of view on the world, and not just African centered, but a universal center based upon, you know, facts and liberation. So we got dark side not only because it was a little play like on the Star Wars, if anybody, you know what I'm saying, we was all kind of people that was like into Star Wars as children and the impact that had. So that played into the theatrical part of it in terms of, oh, we're the dark side against the light side. All right. And because people don't really understand psychology, we understand that we are called the dark people when you think about black and darkness. And so evil and good, a lot of times people, just like your slogan, from darkness to the light. See, there's a psychology to that works on the subconscious mind that people don't understand, because the subconscious mind makes links to words and images. And so since we're the dark people from the dark continent, and the association of darkness with evil and darkness with death and dark, that works on the mind of your children. And a lot of you suffer from self-hate and don't even know it, because you view darkness as evil, but when you look in the mirror, you have dark skin. The truth is that darkness is the foundation of life. Light is sometimes the confusion. So in the mind of Western Europeans and the Abrahamic religions, it played a role in the racial division in society and promoting white, which has become synonymous with light, as being superior. And so when you get into religion too, you read the Bible, the Quran, it always talks about the light and the evil and the darkness. And we was associated with the darkness, and therefore we developed a form of self-hate subconsciously within ourselves, being associated with the darkness because of the misrepresentation of what darkness is. In writing, it was used to represent evil and all type of stuff, but there's a deeper meaning to darkness. The darkness is where things develop out of. Even in your Bible, God was dwelling in the darkness before he said, let there be light. When the light came about, the confusion started. So you develop in the mother's womb in darkness first. Everything develops in the darkness. Even when you go back to taking the old forms of pictures, you take the negative and you develop it in the darkness, and then you bring it into the light. The light exposes what is in the darkness, but the darkness is the foundation. That is very important for our people to know, and for your children to know, in order to reverse the self-hatred that many Black people suffer from, because they only recognize things on a conscious level. Conscious means your awareness right now, what you're looking around, what you hear me saying. That's the conscious level of mind. But there's a much deeper level. The true self is you is hidden. That's the part that nobody sees. It's the part that even we don't recognize. That part of
Aasha, and you know what? That's very very well known. I'm actually a priestess in the Orisha in the Kumi, and also I studied Isheshe in Ifa. And you know, it does say that the Odu was born out of triple darkness, you know, and the creation of, there was an egg, a spiral, and then basically out of that triple darkness had the division, the number, the egg divided, and all these different things. And it's like all really based on reproduction. The whole thing, everything that's done is like based on reproduction, right? But okay, but the thing is that okay, so understanding darkness and light, that's where the dark side came from, of understanding these things. Are you guys atheistic?
So we say power to the dark side. That's why we say power to the dark side. It's not only, just it's a lot of things. When we say that, it's a political statement along with a social political statement and a spiritual statement.
Are you guys an atheistic group, or do you guys believe? Because I understood there was a goddess that you guys like believed in, called Stemia, which is really science, technology, engineering, math, and architecture. Yeah. What is the why for? And also, is that so? It's not like necessarily a real figure head, but it's just an idea.
No gods are real figures. The only true universal power is the universal power that dwells in all of us, and there's a oneness to it. All gods are created, even in African tradition. So when you look at, these are all a part of your consciousness. So what happens is, even in African traditions, you'll see that a lot of the gods are associated with forces of nature. We can represent the trees, it can represent the sun, it can represent the lakes and the rivers that support us. You'll see that all the gods are related to the things in nature that sustain us. They are not, but they are. And so what happens is they're personified and become an aspects of conscious and reverence, but it's still going to relate back to reality. So that is developed through over time in people's culture. So stimia, because in traditional indigenous religions, gods and goddesses are added all the time for the situation. Just like if you look at the Haitian Revolution, they actually developed new gods just to deal with that situation. And so in this age, because Black children and Black people were said to be behind in technology, we felt there was a need to create a new goddess to represent science, technology, engineering, and math as a consciousness that brought children and others to the sciences, but in their own image. But when you create gods and goddesses, it does something to the consciousness and it takes on a life of its own. So that's why Stimia was created. Stimia is just, the name Stem is in it. Obviously, the Yah is in it because it's associated with the word God, like Yemen Yah or Yahweh and all this type of stuff. So that's how Stimia came about. And so in order to infuse culture, that's why gods were created. A lot of people don't know that. So because we have a need to catch up in technology, there needed to be a representation or a goddess that represented that to infuse the culture with that consciousness. So when you Nike is a god, baby, you know what I'm saying? And so when you see that check marker, you wearing Nikes, you know, there's a reason why they chose Nike. That's to infuse something in your consciousness. So we really had nothing that really promoted STEM in that way. So it became the goddess Stimia, and it was created in the image of a Black woman also to offset the Western Euro male, you know, over hyper masculine patriarchy. So not only was we praising the Black woman, but we made her the goddess of technology. And we said in the image of Whoopi Goldberg, because a lot of people think it's about Whoopi Goldberg, but Whoopi Goldberg's features were taken as ugly. They made her the personification of what was ugly, and all she had was African features. So that plays a major role in people's psychology. You know, so when you look at the image of beauty, and you look at what the image of beauty is portrayed of, it's the opposite of African features. And we don't even realize that. That's why we call Whoopi Goldberg. Whoopi Goldberg's not ugly. Just like Grace Jones is not ugly. And we don't realize that we promote European features as the image of beauty. So all of that was psychology.
Yeah. Can I ask, and shout out to you, Lex, man, great breakdown. So I have a couple questions, but we'll start off from the very beginning. So like, as a group, and then you can, answer for you specifically afterwards. Do y'all hold, I guess, y'all's goddess as a monotheistic or a polytheistic? Like, what's y'all's view on that? And then you personally.
Stimia is just a part of the ongoing pantheons of gods and goddesses that men and women create to represent and symbolize inner powers.
Okay.
Just like Ogun is the god of iron. Ogun is a god of technology to a degree. You see what I'm saying? It's the same way.
But the reason I ask, because like in Christianity, right? They used to believe that like it was just God, right? Like the one God, and all other gods were false gods, right? So that would be considered like a monotheistic religion, right? But then now they transform Jesus into God, right? So I don't know if it's now polytheistic, but right, like they view like one God, like do you believe in like the pantheon of different deities as well that exist by the other tribes?
I mean, I would consider myself a pantheist to some degree. I believe in one universal power that becomes all things.
Okay.
So it's just like the clay. From the clay, I can make from the sand, I can make a sand castle. I can make whatever. You know
like
what I'm saying?
Ocean.
That is indigenous understanding. The universe is the clay that molds into everything. There's nothing that exists that is not God.
No,
And
and
since
I
we're
get it.
using that word God.
Yeah, as my elders taught me, like it's like an ocean that breaks into many different rivers, right? And those
We're,
different rivers are like Jesus Christ, Muhammad, all these different deities that, just represent the same universal force. So,
yeah, we're the
okay,
cup that the oceans are poured into. That's all. So
okay,
that's the view of the dark side. We believe that anything outside of self-reverence is idolatry.
okay. I got you.
When I created the actual thumbnail, I went on AI and came up with an image of something that looked like Whoopi Goldberg, and this is what AI came up with. So I guess I'm part of Stimia too now.
Praise Stimia. Praise
And I got another
Stimia.
question as well, because and I want to start at the very beginning, right? Is you brought up the part that people called y'all a cult, right? And y'all just took on the word to make it lose power. Let's say that didn't happen, right? And y'all had the choice to like label yourself as like a tribe, organization, corporation. Like, what would y'all call yourselves if you weren't,
I don't know.
immediately
I couldn't even answer that, man. We just a group of people who got together, man, and
okay.
we've developed a bond and we became a group and we was busting people's ass with information. So it happened naturally. It wasn't like I set out or somebody said, we're going to start this dark side thing and it happened definitely now. I believe it was the work of the ancestors because, we brought so much, we become one of the most hated. A lot of people may not know, but we became one of the most hated groups that people like for a small little group. And it was basically from religious people that that was suffering from subconscious self-hate of indigenous traditions. But we go beyond even the indigenous traditions because all of that is not perfect. So we believe in evolution. And so Stimia is the evolution of gods and goddesses. The first goddess that was symbolized by a black woman that totally encompasses the sciences.
And
That's
have
never
y'all like
really been done.
and have y'all like illustrated, like have y'all drawn her or like gave her
Yeah, you know
form?
what? I was looking for. There's been a couple of images, and I'll show you that. So we created. I got a couple of images. I'm gonna see if I can pull up one of the images, but there hasn't been no finalized image. But yeah, we've created images of Stenya. I'll show you. I'm gonna see if I can find it on my computer. So, but the bottom line is it was the image of a black woman, and
Yeah.
so that is important. Images is everything. Images is the language of the subconscious mind. You can say all you want. Put it like that. You can say all you want, but if I put a picture on your wall and just leave it there, that picture will affect you more than what anybody can tell you or say if you look at it every day. And that's why we still, even woke people, suffer from subconscious self-hate.
So let me ask
Um,
you, and
okay.
I'm sorry, Shayla, I just one more. Do y'all have plans on like joining each other in the future, like
Yeah,
with some land and
that's my question.
okay, I'm sorry.
That was
And
my question. Go ahead, my brother.
there hasn't really been no real plan for that, but yeah, naturally that would probably happen. Some of us have definitely met up with each other and stuff like that, but I do I envision not just the dark side, but a group of people who would like to have their own independent nation one day. You know what I'm saying? Or independent place where they can be free to think and live how they want to live. But no, there's no plan it's set in motion like that. We haven't really arrived to that point. But as things grow and more resources and power join, just like any other cult, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, we're there could be a community established of like minds or something like that, but no, there hasn't been any plans for that. We've basically been a internet social media resource.
Well, that's the thing. When Blue actually did his interview, he had pretty some pretty radical ways of like thinking about going about getting the land, right? And he was pretty much saying we just take the land. Is that what the ideology of the dark side is? Is like, listen, we want to when it's time to like get the land, we're just gonna just like kind of like
No,
find
I
some
don't. There's
land
really
and
no
cultivate.
ideology behind that. I think most of us are but we do what we need to do by any means necessary. Blue is a is one of the most bright young minds around. But me and Blue don't agree on everything. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, we got beefs within our own joint. Like I said, Blue is also, Blue basically kicked me out of power and took the lead in the dark side. You know what I'm saying? But that's what it's about. You know what I'm saying? I'm a little older. I wanted Blue to step into that position. So we kind of do this like Star Wars, like you become an apprentice of someone. And then eventually you should be able to take that lead. That's how we used to do. That's how we used to do things naturally. You didn't go to college. You was an apprentice of someone of a master who really knew what it was. And then when you reach that level or whatever, then you take the reins. So no, there is no absolutes over here. Only the Jedi deal with absolutes. The only absolute in the universe is the creator creatress itself. All information is subject to change. All facts are subject to change. That's the only one truth is the divinity. Everything else is going to change. Everything. Look how everything changed. One point they said it was this. At one point they said it was that. One point you thought like this. Even you, your true self, will never change. But what you think you are will always change. One moment you thought you was a Christian. One moment you thought you liked vanilla. Then it became chocolate. One moment you thought you wanted to live in this neighborhood. Then that changed. One minute. Those are all what we call the change in things. There's only one constant, and that is life force itself.
So here's the thing. Okay, so you're saying that there is no thing set in stone, but you have an organization called STEMIA, but that's based in science, technology, mathematics, which is pretty much set in stone. Well, I guess Terrence
No,
Howard is
science,
kind of changing
technology,
that now.
engineering, and math is not set in stone.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, it at least has rules that are governed by it. And the one thing that I noticed when we did talk to Blue was when I asked, okay, what is your guys' mission statement? What is your, what do you guys abide
Yeah.
by?
Basically, like I said, this started off as was a freeing of the minds of our people. We was fighting against Western thought and civilization and freeing the subconscious hate in our people. We wasn't like this. This wasn't, like I said, this wasn't something where we got together and incorporated it as a corporation and put a mission statement together and incorporated paper and said, this is what we want to do. This was a natural thing. It happened naturally. It's just like you don't plan on meeting your wife. You might have just been at the library when it was just meant to be. It happened. So, I mean, you can critique that. Like, okay, are y'all, how organized are y'all? We're not that organized yet. Like, you know what I'm saying? We're not here to say we're the perfect organization and we put all this together or whatever. No. So, like, I won't fight you on your critiques about the dark side or whatever. I'll listen, and you know what I'm saying, and hopefully we'll grow to the point where, you know what I'm saying, we're a lot more organized, and if that's what people need, they need a definite mission statement. But we're not even there yet. We can't even get people to stop hating darkness yet. Never mind get their own nation. When you talk about even getting up, black people can't even conceive governing themselves yet. So we got to break the spell of you just thinking darkness is evil and embracing your nappy hair and big nose and thick lips.
Can I ask you a question? So with this new movement, can people just join or they could just become part of it?
You can join consciously. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You come and build with us first and see what it's about and what we vibe into. Like it's not like a church where you got to meet credentials and you get a card yet to become a member of the dark side. The dark side is a symbol. You know what I'm saying? So subscribe to Lex Vortex. Come build with me. I appreciate if y'all put my link in the chat too, so people can, they want to come build.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
So you don't, for me, if I want to build with you, I don't have to become part of the dark side. I could just say I'm building. We're building
You can
together.
come build with us. Yeah, I mean, No, it's not like that. I mean, people that say power to the dark side, we've been around each other for a while, so we know what it is. I don't know. For all I know,
how long has the dark side been an organization? How long has it existed?
I mean, we've been around for about probably 10 years in terms of, the core group, people like Inyami and Butu that's on the line. We've been building with each other for probably at least 10 years.
So you guys talk about community activism and putting kids into STEM, and what have you guys done to actually actualize the thing that you guys are talking about online, like to actually bring it to at least yeah, from a community basis?
Most of us don't live in the same community. So my background is in IT. So, I actually teach IT online and stuff like that live. Like I teach technical stuff online. So you can tune in, you know what I'm saying, when we do the shows and actually get into that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like I said, no one are we to the point where we're like funding some like school or something for the kids to go to? No. The consciousness is just being promoted.
Are y'all developing like a curriculum for like K through 12 or like
No,
0 through 5?
No, we're not developing. No, we're not a school.
Why not?
Because we're not.
I mean, if you
what
guys
about for your own children, like what about for your own children or for y'all's group children? If like the world was like no. Okay.
No, I mean, and that's we haven't been involved in each other's households. So I know people, there's a lot of groups that, claim they were. No, we haven't been involved in others' households like that. Like, yo, man, like, that's your personal responsibility as a man and woman. If we get to the point where we had resources like that, you know what I'm saying, and people were supporting, then maybe we could start talking on that level. Now we talking big money.
So where does the STEM comes in at?
STEM?
Yeah, the STEM, yeah, where does that come in at?
Studying. Like I said, we got people that's on our team that's been involved in STEM personally. We talk about it all the time. We talk about concepts of science, technology. We talk about AI. We talk about networking. We talk about what computers and what science is based off. We talk about quantum physics. So we're bringing literacy to that. You know what I'm saying? Trying to get people more into STEM. But STEM is just another aspect of what we think our people need to get into. We're going into a world where the world is completely about the change over the next 5 years, and it's already, and people don't understand what kind of change it is. So people need to know about AI. They need to know, you know what I'm saying, really get into technology. And we got people that's been into technology. So when we have conversations, we will go through a conversation. We can go from the conversation of spirituality to technology to how to change the memory or change a hard drive in a computer. That's all it is. So when you tune into a YouTube channel, if you tune into a YouTube channel that's dedicated to animals, they don't necessarily have a community building where you go learn about animals. They talk about animal stuff on their channel. We talk about technology stuff online and introduce people to the concepts of technology. We might talk about binary code. We might talk about AI. We might talk about computer administration. We might talk about evolution and the concepts of evolution and science and archaeology and stuff like that. Those are all the things our people need to get into.
So okay. So I'm starting to get a little better understanding. So so like my issue with a lot of these groups or these cults in like the conscious spiritual space that we've seen, like Polite, Nature Boy, Young Pharaoh, Rashad, right, is that they do all this talking about the system that we're in, right? As we know the system that we're in, right? We know the Matrix and all that. One second, let me close my door. Sorry about that. So like we know that, right? But they always talk about like wanting to leave the system, right? But they never talk about how they're going to build a new system, right? They never talk about actually growing food. They never actually like show you step by step on like how to buy land. You know what I mean? And so are y'all's group more so like y'all aren't trying to go off grid? Like y'all are more like mid grid to where like you want to show people how to get better in technology, on how to build a website, instead of like trying to like make your own computers, you know what I mean, and make your own hard drives and computer chips type stuff, right?
Yeah, that would be great. We're talking
Okay.
resources, but yeah, I mean, if you can get to that level, and I,
Yeah, that's
there's a lot to be said, but I just like to keep it simple because a lot of time people get caught. That's how people get caught up because people try to get you. I'm not saying that's y'all to say things and make claims and then try to call you on it. I'm saying that all of that is beautiful stuff. And if you got the means to do it, then you should. You know what I'm saying? And I would like to engage at some point in all of that.
Okay.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
like
But
that.
I'm not claiming that, we're gonna right now. I'm building the next computer chip. No, I'm not making that claim right now. Do I know about computer chips and how they work and could with the right resources and stuff, could we do that? Yes. The thing about it is to open the possibility. You know what I'm saying? So
But
yeah,
you don't even have to go that hard of a computer chip. Do you have a website for the dark side?
no.
So basically, this is just like a think tank. Y'all in the
Yeah.
think tank.
Yeah,
Part of it, we're just bringing in ideas to see what we're gonna do with it. But it's more like a big think tank.
You can kind of say we're like a think tank. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can say that. I would say that would be an accurate description.
Greetings, Lex. Thank you so much for joining the panel today and for sharing more information about yourself and your group. One of the things that first of all, it sounds like this is a very grassroots effort at the moment, or grassroots movement at the moment. And there's nothing wrong with that. Many great things spark out of grassroots endeavors. But one thing I noticed you said is that you're kind of at the stage, your group is at the stage of sort of broadening consciousness. And, the definition of consciousness is the awareness or perception of something by a person. And what I'm wondering is, to what end are you wanting to broaden consciousness? And, well, I guess that the A is you want to broaden the consciousness of what, and then B, to what end?
All right. Number one, I don't agree with that definition. That's consciousness is almost indescribable. It's what people call God. So people get it confused, like consciousness, like if you look it up, it'll say, well, the awareness or something. Consciousness is awareness itself. Number one. But in terms of, like I told you, how we started, we were dealing with the psychology of Black self-hate and the effect that Western civilization and religion had on indigenous people across the world. And that psychology, until you really understand that psychology, you're not going to reach any higher level of consciousness. Because even what I'm saying right now, there's some people who understand it on the surface and some people who don't. Some people don't know that they don't even like themselves. They would deny that. I don't know what you're talking about. I love myself. They don't even understand the level that we're talking on.
Right.
So y'all got to understand, when we say dark side, we getting into a lot of other things, but it starts with the psychology and the consciousness. That's where the whole thing started from. Just like I said, from darkness into the light. That is not, I'm not knocking what, that I know what you mean, but those words are deep in terms of psychology and how we associate darkness with, with ourselves.
Well, when I say darkness and light on alchemizing energy, because my name is Genesis, and I'm thinking about birth. When you give birth to a child, it comes from dark into the light. When that comes through the birth canal into the light, and that's creation, like a portion of creation. So that's what it really boils down to. But also shining a light on certain issues that are in the dark. Just like you said, you don't see the color of a picture until you shine the light on it. You know what I'm saying? Until it develops.
But let me ask you a question, Lex. All of your experiences that you have had within the conscious community, right, going way back, what was it that made you stop dropping a lot of that? Say, hey, I want to do this. Like, what was the experiences from you being in the conscious community
Yeah.
to say, hey, this ain't right. I want to drop this. I want
Yeah.
to take this, drop that, and I'm going to create this. What did you feel they were failing at?
Well, that's why you heard Blue talk about the Tower of Babel, right? And so in the Bible, you have there was a group of people who come together and it said they started building and nothing was impossible for them to do. And then there was a being who looked down and said, look at them, we got to stop that. And we gonna go down there and confuse their languages so they can't speak to each other.
Mm-hmm.
So through my experiences, I noticed that. Like when you look at the so-called conscious community or whatever, they're in utter confusion because there's so many different groups that don't know how to integrate or how to synchronize information. So that's what the Tower of Babel represents to us. In religion, they want you to tear down the tower. They teach you that. But if you really look at the story, it's really an evil story.
Can you give
Right,
us
so-
some
so-
examples?
Hold on 1 second.
Mhm.
So
Sorry.
when you look at the conscious community, you have all these people that have so much potential and power, but can't come together because of their confusion of tongues, which is their ideology. So we got the Hebrew Israelites, we got the Nation of Islam, we got the Christians, we got the Muslims. Now we got another crazy group, the Pretendians. We got the Moors. Then we got this and this and that. And so that's the confusion that they was talking about in the Bible, which becomes a political plan of what some people call the elites, because God is government. So when you see these things happening and the confusion among the people, there's somebody behind that. And if we was to realize that if you really want to impress God, then put everything down on the ground and come together on what is reality and truth. So that's the example right there. The example is you see groups. You look at the Hebrew Israelites. That's how we know they don't know God. We know they don't know truth, because if they did, they all be in the same group. You got the IUIC and the dudes, they actually was fighting each other, got in a shootout on the street. You got Christians that say they know God, but yet they argue God is giving them all different information. But they can't understand that simple thing. But then they'll tell you God is not the author of confusion. Well, why you got so many denominations? So
I do have something to interject. I don't mean to cut you off, but the reason why the people was building the Tower of Babel is because they were trying to get up to heaven. They were trying to they had increased their knowledge so much that they wanted to get up to heaven to find out more mysteries of God. And God was not having that, because God has a, if he wanted us to be gods, he would create us. He would have created us to be God. There is only one God. So he knocked the tower down and made everyone have different languages for that purpose. It's not to bring confusion. It's to let you know, I am the Almighty. I am Jehovah Jireh. No one else does what I do. So that's why everybody speaks different languages, and we have different nations now. And God is not the author of confusion. It is human beings with their finite mind that has confusion. God is infinite. We will never, ever, ever be able to tap into a fraction or a minute cell of God's mind. But he does give us a lot of wisdom. That's why Solomon said in the Bible, with as much knowledge that God had given him,
Hello?
Oh no,
Does she
I think
go-
I think her thing. She
All right,
muted
see,
herself.
and this is
knowledge
where
and wisdom is useless. This and that is useless, because he had discovered so much.
your sister's going in and out,
Yeah,
but
think
I get
muting her
I
own
get the you're going in and out, sis, but I get the gist of what you're saying, and this
Sorry,
is why
my
the dark.
internet is not that good, but
No,
I hope you got what I said.
I got exactly what you said, and this is why the dark side began. With all due respect, sister, we heard this a million times. And what you said is not even in the Bible. If I took you to Genesis, I believe it's chapter 10 or 11, you just gave a bunch of Christian Western civilized commentary. Nowhere in that book did it say that.
Yes,
It
it
didn't
did.
say,
I am a Sabbath keeper and I
hold
read
on,
my
hold on,
Bible.
hold
And
on.
I have my Bible right under
Since
my seat, so I will go to it.
I'm not here.
I'm not
I'm
here
gonna
to,
pull it.
to argue,
Oh,
but I'm just telling you, please don't tell me what I don't know about my Bible. Okay.
okay, I'm gonna pull it
That's
up.
what I'm here to say. Okay, I'm about to get my Bible too.
I'm gonna pull it up right now.
While y'all do that, may I just say this to like build a bridge? But we have to remember that in America, right, which I'm assuming we're all like living here, we have the right to believe different ideologies, religions, practice a different things. So we have to it's understand that and respect that, even if we have a difference of opinion. As I can tell that this conversation can get a
Right.
little bit touchy for people that are really true believers of the
No,
Bible and Christianity. So just to for everybody, just know that this is a civilized conversation, and he don't mean no disrespect when he's trying to is give you his perspective, sis.
Yeah, go ahead and bring
let me
that
share
up. Go ahead.
and show you.
It's all respect.
Yeah. And this is what I mean by the programming that we've been through. Right. So if I open this scripture up, you'll see that with all due respect, nothing the sister said is in here. She got taught that in church or maybe at Sunday school or some pastor. In the words, let's just read the words. Now, the whole world, can everyone see my screen?
No.
No.
We see you.
Are you share? Oh, you're not. She got to share my screen.
I'm sorry, my daughter
we
thought it was flooding. She didn't look at something online and said it was flooding. It ain't even flooding. So,
all right. Now, the whole world had one language and one common speech. As people moved eastward, they found a plain in Shinar and settled there. That's where we want to be. When people say we want to be on the same page, common sense to tell you that when people are not on the same page, the word language is symbolic of that. So when you have confusion, it's because people are not speaking the same. You know how people say, oh, now you're speaking my language. So now the whole world had one language in common speech, and the people moved eastward. They found a plain in Shinar and settled there. They said to each other, come, let us make bricks and bake them thoroughly. They used brick instead of stone and tar for mortar. They said, come, let us build ourselves a city with a tower that reaches to the heavens so that we may make a name for ourselves. Otherwise, we will be scattered all over the face of the earth. These are people coming together saying, let's be in union and build together so we are not separated. So now, this is what the book says. But the Lord came down to see the city and the tower the people were building. The Lord said, if as one people speaking the same language they have begun to do this, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them. So right here, this deity is acknowledging that the unification of these people makes them shatter barriers. They have no boundaries. Whatever they come together to do, they can accomplish. Right? So then it says, come, let us go down and confuse their language so they will not understand each other. So the Lord scattered them from all over the earth and they stopped building a city. This is why it's called Babel, because the Lord confused the language of the whole world. From there, the Lord scattered them all over the face of the earth. So that's what the book says. So God confused the language. How could he not be the God of confusion when he's the one that confused the language of a people that will come in together? And he said, nothing shall be impossible to him, just like black people today. If we come together under one language with one aim and one goal, nothing shall be impossible to us. But there's some people that's confusing our language with philosophy, religion. You got on the blue jersey, I got on the red jersey. You're a Christian, I'm a Muslim, he's a Jew. You're from this state, you're that. That's all the confusion of the Tower of Babel. Now, what the sister said, like I said, we heard this a million times. You won't find nowhere in that verse where it says, oh, they were trying to overtake God, that they were doing it. He didn't even say they was doing anything evil. That's called commentary on the text. In the actual text, none of that is there. And when we look at today, what do they do?
Accurate.
Now, this is just not black people either. This is on basically the population in general. They do that. This is attack. This is not. Remember, this is a book. This ain't the creator of the universe. So you can see this being done today. Republican, Democrat. See what I'm saying? Christian, Muslim, Jew, Israel, Palestine. And they polarize the people, and then the people up top take advantage of the division that's among the people. This is an old plan. So this is why we say on the dark side.
May I say something?
I'm about to just finish my sentence. This is why on
I didn't mean to interrupt you then.
This is why on the dark side we say rebuild the tower. It's unity, consciousness.
Could it just not have been a story to explain how an outside force came into a situation where people were unified and separated the people because of like the fear of like the how far that civilization would go if they were to have
that's what I just explained.
Yeah. I think that's pretty much
yeah. But think about the impact. Our people actually embrace this as the truth. Think about what that does psychologically.
I'm sorry, Kulu. You have a background. I don't know what that is, Kulu. Why it's making like a you have a lot of bass or like a subwoofer or something?
Feedback.
I think it's like a subwoofer, or maybe your speakers might be kind of feeding back. Something might be going on. But
brother, I just want to say this, if I may, just to give a little context, right? And this is a sensitive conversation to have, because whenever you have a people that have a deep-seated belief system, for that individual, that is true for them, right? And so when you have people or a person that challenges one's belief system, it is hard to not get emotional about it, get defensive about it. You automatically want to defend your belief system, defend your faith.
Exactly.
And I'm not going to do that, because I feel that my God doesn't need me to come to his defense. He is big and great and mighty. Mm-hmm. And therefore my little puny self don't need to defend God.
I don't think there's anything puny about you. But I wouldn't describe you as a little puny. And that's the psychology the dark side talks about. But go ahead,
in comparison to God, I choose not to. This is why I choose not to see myself on the level of the God that I believe in. He is higher than me, higher than my thoughts, and my ways are not like his ways. That is my belief system. But I think that whenever you're talking, and this is just food for thought, whenever you're talking to someone about their belief in the Bible and scripture, context is important. I didn't find a flaw in what you just shared in those scriptures. I didn't find a flaw in it at all. But context,
I'm sure you didn't.
I didn't. But context is important, because the chapter before was speaking about how the earth was destroyed through flood, and it went and retold the descendants of Noah. And so in that context, once you have the earth replenished, one thing that was happening during the time of Babel is the people's minds were constantly ever growing, ever evolving. You alluded to this, right? But the God of the God of the Bible that I believe in, always, first and foremost, wants two things from his people: obedience and love. And if your mind is so busy focused on doing your thing and coming up with your imagination and your goals, then you can easily be led away from obedience and love of God. That's the context by which I believe to set the stage.
I wasn't trying to impose on what you believe. I mean,
I know that. I told you I'm not defensive.
I know, but you can't help it. I mean, it's okay. I don't mind. You should get but this is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like, have you ever considered, like, you're not even considering just taking it for what you're reading? For instance, let me show you. You said that I would never think I could be God, and my puny little self could never do this, and God wants us to be obedient. That's government programming. That's what they want people to be obedient, so the people in power can keep doing what they're doing. But let me show you what the Bible says about God. And this is the funny thing about this is what I mean by doctrine. I'm not saying you're wrong, but there's a big difference between these words, and some of these words have been twisted in these books, but there's a big difference between what these books actually say and the doctrine that people have been given. I'd like to share my screen. Let me share my screen one more time. And let's deal with the puny little self and God wants obedience. So this is the book of Acts, right? And it's a very interesting verse that shows, God doesn't want you just to be obedient little mindless servants and all that. The book actually tells you that you are God, literally. So this is Acts 24. It says, the God who made the world and everything in it is the Lord of heaven and earth, and does not live in temples built by human hands. So that's a deep statement right there. We got to understand, because the Bible tells you that the body is the temple of God.
Yes.
So that means that God lives in us, literally. And he is not served by human hands as if he needed anything. See, you got to understand that the ancient writers, these are priestly writers, so they personify and they talk and they personify this force. But if you read deeper into the text and what's always been taught about divine science, you'll see that it's describing a force as being personified, but the force is the very life force that you breathe. Now listen, rather he himself gives everyone life and breath and everything else. From one man he made all nations, that they should inhabit the earth, and he marked out now we know it's not a he. That's what people get caught up in language. God doesn't have a penis. That's ridiculous. How could you be an omnipotent, omnipresent force and you walking around penis? Is he pissing too? So this is personification. He marked out the appointed times in history and the boundaries of the lands. God did this so that they would seek him and perhaps reach out for him and find him, though he is not far from any one of us. For in him we live, move, and have our being. So when you understand that statement, and you can read that in the Greek, we're very well versed in the Bible. That's how we became the dark side, and why so many religious people started hating us, because we knew the Bible better than him. When you look up this term, for in him we live, move, and have our being, you would have to picture that like a fish in the ocean. A fish, if you take them out the ocean, they won't even be alive. The ocean itself is their very life force. They are a part of it. As some of your own poets have said, we are his offspring. Now, I don't know if you look up the word offspring there in the Greek, it's literally talking about a descendant. Therefore, since we are God's offspring, we should not think that the divine being is like gold or silver or stone. Now, gold and silver or stone, a lot of people, when they think about idolatry, they think it's just somebody making a statue, but that's also symbolic. Whatever you create that is outside of the divine forces, like gold, silver, and stone, these are your imaginary images of whatever you think God is.
Very true.
Okay, so God lives inside. Matter of fact, you are the personification of God, because you cannot be separate from their force, your very life force and breath. We live, move, and have our being. Look up that word being in the Greek. That means the root of what you are is God. So we're not no little puny something. And then if you go into the book, I believe is what it is. It tells you that we should have the same mind of Christ, who thought it not robbery to make himself equal with God. Let this mind be in you. Now, this is what I'm saying in terms of what religion has done to us. The truth of these books is in the book. But it's just that the doctrines that have been taught. So no, we are just like Jesus. See, they want to teach you, because Jesus is the personified figure, that Jesus is the only child of God and you're a bastard child. He's the only one. No, Jesus is talking about every single one of you.
No, I wasn't taught that. I was
So,
taught that I am adopted into.
I mean, I know. Yeah, you're an adopted son through the blood of Jesus Christ. I mean,
that's right. The only,
but see, what I'm
we're not in a
explaining to
disagreement.
you.
Listen, we're gonna have to not cut each other off and
I
Yeah, I
apologize.
wasn't quite
let
finished.
each one finish, please.
My
So what
apologies.
I'm explaining is that there's a difference between actually the book and the doctrines that are written. And so when we go back to the Tower of Babel in that conversation, first of all, God is not ever speaking. I want y'all to listen close to me, people, and I don't mean to offend people. The universal force that we call the creator creatress has never written a book, has never spoke through a book. Every page in every holy book were written by priests who were trying to relate something that is almost unrelatable, and that is the inconceivable consciousness that permeates the universe. So when you see words like he, she, giving God a name and all, those are boxes. The universal spirit cannot be put in any box, but all we know is we can study nature and the universe and see the expressions of divinity, which we all are, from Jesus to Hitler. That's all expressions of the universe, from the animals to the trees to the flowers to whatever. The best way to study God is the way Jesus taught it. Whenever Jesus started referring to God, he say, study the ant. When Solomon started talking about, he started talking about things in nature. Do you see how the tree forms? Do you see what people see? The faith of a mustard seed. People never even looked up what a mustard seed is. If you look into nature, it's just like you're looking into the secrets of God. So that's all I'm saying. So when you read in the Old Testament and New, this is not always the same spirit speaking. People think that's why in the Old Testament you got one dude who he's wrathful, and Jesus is the totally opposite, saying, "What, you want me to stone somebody?" So you're seeing the dark side and the light side of the universe is polarized. The Old Testament is kind of represents the ego. The New Testament or Jesus is representing letting go of the ego and becoming one with the consciousness of love. That's why people often are conflicted with the Old Testament and the New Testament, and they make up doctrines to try to make them go together. But the character of Jesus is clearly different from the character of Yahweh. But that's all I have to say about that.
May I ask you, so is it that your group believes in scripture or no? Because I'm a little confused about that part, whether or not you believe in scripture.
Scripture is just like any other thing to be studied. There's truth in it. There's things to gather out of it. It's not whether some people may believe. I don't even really understand the question. Really, do we believe in it? No, there's truth and there's lies in it.
Okay. I guess when I was asking the question of do you believe in it, does the scripture support your group's belief system, or does your group support
Some
the
scriptures
beliefs and
support
principles within the
actual
scripture?
facts and science. Some don't. You know what I'm saying? But the book itself, we burn those books. The book, see, that's a form of idolatry. So I burnt the Bible live on air. And all these religious people got their panties in a bunch. And you know what I just proved? You're
What's that?
idolaters. Why it's a book. God ain't in the book. That's an idol. People actually worship the Bible more than they do God.
But that's where I'm having trouble is understanding what your concept of God is and where you get that concept from. I heard you mention STEM. I heard you mention science and technology and mathematics, and I don't remember the other ones.
Mathematics, engineering, agriculture. I'm not sure what is the Y is. What is the Y?
What is STEM? What is science, technology, engineering, and math have to do with the conversation we're having in terms of where?
Because my question is, what is the belief system?
God that you guys worship in your culture, in your group?
That what?
Right. That's what I'm trying to get to. The belief system. What is the belief in, or who?
The belief.
And where does it come from?
There's really no belief system like that. The core of it is that the only way to find divinity is the divinity inside of you. If you want to hear God's words, then there's a little voice deep inside of you. It's a little soft spoken voice that tells you, don't take that left. That's God's words, not in the book.
Okay. Now, when you say that, right, is it not so that there are two realities present within us as humans? There is the Spirit of God that dwells within us, and then there is this fleshly, corruptible us. Is that not so?
Yes.
Okay, so when I spoke earlier about my puny self, I'm literally speaking about the corruptible, fleshly.
But
That part of me,
that's not you.
that part of me is not equal to God. I agree with you that there is a portion of the Spirit of the living God within me and within all of
Mhm.
us. I absolutely agree with that. But when I speak about lowering myself, I'm talking about lowering myself in comparison to God. Because I guess the conflict for me is if the answers lie solely within me, and if I am the source of my own strength and power and will and might and all of these things, how does that truth exist while I'm yet corruptible? Both physically corruptible, mentally corruptible, spiritually corruptible. I'm corruptible in every form and fashion. And if that were not so, why we wouldn't see the amounts of depravity amongst humans?
Yeah. The corruption is a part of God. What I'm saying is, you're saying that, like, how can that be? Because when the third dimension was created, that's why if you even read in the Bible, it's telling you you're looking at the fall of God. You're looking at the unfolding of creation. When Genesis, when it says, let there be light, and that unfolding begins, that's when the corruption began in the third dimensional physical universe. That's what, so you're dealing with the polarity of existence. That's just, you wouldn't have existence without those polarities. In order for God to have action, in order for the divine to move, it has to create something corrupt. It has to create an opposite to have a playground of existence. Because God, if we just go back to our natural form, pure consciousness, nothing is happening. There's no time, there's no space, there's no movement, there's no good, there's no bad. You just pure consciousness. But if you want to create a space where you can actually taste vanilla ice cream, have sex, produce babies, make choices, you have to create the opposite of what you are in order to even have a choice to go against your own nature.
There's actually some doctrines
So
that
there,
believe that God created himself to experience himself, like that created
I
multiple
mean, when you
versions.
look at the story of Jesus, that's what it tells you. All things are created for him and by him. It gives you in the book of John. It said, and this is what I mean by, it's really clear in the text, but indoctrination doesn't make it clear. So Jesus is God, right, in Christianity, but he created the world, it says, right? All things are created for him and by him. And then he stepped into his own creation, incorruptible flesh born through a woman. Now, the difference between religion and
Wait. Let me in. Not a woman, a minor. Let's be
I
specific,
mean,
okay?
that's a whole nother.
No,
I
no, no,
mean,
no, no, no.
bro.
Well,
I
because I
mean,
mean, this is a omnipresent being that's a billion
that
years old, right? I mean, he could create a virgin
that
20-year-old,
that's
but
a
he
whole
chose to.
nother. I mean, bro, I get you. That's a whole nother
Okay,
philosophical
okay.
conversation. I'm just getting to the point where the story of Jesus is the story of every man, woman, and child. Let me show it real quick. Well, I don't even got to show it, but it tells you that he's the light that light of every man that come into the world. So right there, people miss that. So this story that's being personified in one person represents all of humanity. The reason why Jesus is always coming back, because there's always a baby being born. The same story, everything you can apply to Jesus, I can apply to you. You once, even the Bible tells you, God knew you before you was in the womb. So once you were once in the heavenly realm, what some would call the heavenly realms of the conscious realms, you was the word that became flesh. It's not one man's story. That religion made it one man's story. And it said that he was born of a woman, born under the law. God himself was born of a woman, born under the law, who Jesus. How is that different from me and you? You were born, you were once existing in whatever, we can't however people describe it, spirit, consciousness. We don't know what it is. We don't even know what substance it is. People say spirit. And then you took on flesh, corruptible flesh. You was nailed to a cross, which is your body. Stand up and stretch your arms out, and you see your spirit is nailed to a cross. You were crucified on the physical. Now you become blood. You're in a garment dipped with blood. And now you have to undergo things that you normally wouldn't undergo, like death, sickness, and disease. But by that experience, God grows. By his stripes, we are healed. So when you come here and manifest in the physical, you go through all of these things in the physical, on the cross. People crucify you, throw stones at you, just like Jesus. Say that you're crazy. If you claim to be God, they'll stone you. This is the same reason why the people read the story and don't realize they crucified Jesus for claiming to be God. And they'll crucify you for telling people that they are God and claiming their own divinity. The story represents all of us. We've all took on the flesh. We all was once in the heavens. Jesus not the only kid of God, and the rest of you are just bastards that have to, so this is a symbolic story. And so that's what the dark side was all about. Outside of just getting into the religious battles with people, the religion and the way they give it to our people kills your confidence. That's why when we talk about doing big things in the community, like starting your own nation, people get all their pennies in a bunch. But right in the Bible, the Israelites had to leave Egypt and start their own nation in their own land. The blueprint is in there. When you're under oppression, you can never get free of oppression unless you have your own sovereign land. But do they teach that in the church? No. And I'm not here to diss the church. I'm just saying, if the example is set in the book, if we're under oppression, under oppressive governments and a Pharaoh and Satan and all this other stuff, why ain't they scared? Why ain't they going for their own land where they can follow the laws of God like the children of Israel did? Because the government and other people are deceiving you. And we don't want to spend that 40 years in the wilderness. See, because if we leave this system, and we do get to the point where we want to create something, you got to spend 40 years, and it's probably going to be more than 40 years for us. Just like y'all are asking us, well, why don't you have this? Why? Because we're in the wilderness. We're learning how to do it. You got to spend that time. You got to relearn everything. You got to be born again. And that's what going through the water represents. The baptism in the New Testament is the same baptism that the children of Israel went through, the so-called Sea of Reeds. It's symbolic of being renewed in the spirit of your mind. Everything you've learned and everything you've taught how to do, all the programming, we cannot put a new program in until we wipe you clean, until you get a new start through the blood of Jesus and your sins are wiped out. That represents your consciousness and all the stuff you learn, all the programs that your mama taught you, your teacher taught you, and the reverend taught you, the imam taught you. We got to wipe that clean so you can hear the voice of God. It's like a radio station. You got too much static. You ain't hearing the voice of God because you got too many voices talking. So that's what when we got into the Bible and all this stuff, it was to break the spell of the programming on our people from all of that stuff. Because when you get into spirituality is a real thing, but they spiritualize it to the point where it like something's going to come do it for you. Like you actually don't have to do the physical work. For every physical thing, there's a spiritual counterpart. There's not going to be ever a time where something is just going to come and free you.
You know what? That's a good point. Kulu, did you have something you want to say?
Yeah. No, you're good. You're good. I wanted to build on, because I disagree with about like 65% of what the brother said, but I agree with the part about Jesus. Is not no better than y'all standing on this panel, right? He came out the womb just like y'all came out the womb, right? He wore diapers, he pissed his pants, he pissed his pampers, you know what I mean? He threw a fit. And that's why they don't include those stories of Jesus and certain years of his life in the Bible, because it would show him to be a regular man or, do regular stuff like us, right? And they want him to be this godly image. But I've debated conservatives, I've debated all types of individuals, Hebrew Israelites and all these. And specifically, like Jesus is not God, right? I mean, y'all might believe it, and that's y'all's belief, and I respect that. But like
Not
based
mine.
on,
You're right.
yeah,
I
he's a
mean, that's a
demigod.
whole different conversation, but yeah, I
He's a
mean,
he's a half god because he came through a human being, right? So yes, as I agree about 45%, about 40%, maybe 35% what you said, brother. But as I just wanted to add that part about the Jesus part, is because he pissed just like us. He cried, he spilled his food, you know what I mean? He didn't want to get in the bath, he probably annoyed
I'm
Mary,
not
you know
really
what I mean?
understanding what you're disagreeing with because we're half God too. That's what the sister was saying
Well, I'm
earlier
disagreeing with
about
just like,
the physical body.
we
And I told you, hold
existed
on, brother. I
before the
said
Bible.
Jesus represents all of everybody that's born.
But we existed before Jesus was even a thing, right? Like
No,
black
no,
people
no.
existed on this planet before the Bible was even written, right?
That doesn't matter because what I'm saying,
Why don't it matter?
the story is symbolic of humanity anyway. So it's
But the
still
story doesn't tell an accurate depiction of our true history, right? Like the last 6,000 years, or the Ethiopian, right? The last what 12,000 years? But we've been here
well,
way
I don't know.
longer, so that's what.
That's a whole nother subject. I don't know, but go ahead, brother.
Yeah, no, but that's why I said like 65%. I disagree with because like we're using these, Bible stories that have been altered and manipulated, and I mean the Bible's full of contradictions. You know what I mean? I mean I can go through the list right now, but it's not that type of lie. But as I just wanted
Yeah,
to agree with you about,
that's
about the Jesus thing.
yeah. I hear you. The contradictions, or whatever, but that's why we talk about, using what is beneficial for you. There's a lot of stuff in the Bible that doesn't make sense, but there's a lot of great stuff in there that is
Mhm.
true. Even before they tried to change and twist and canonize stuff, but they couldn't hide some of the truths that were written in there. And ultimately, if you read it, you'll see it's always talking about you. It's a whole story. It's about every character is you. Everyone has a Moses moment. Everyone, so that's, we call it an
Yeah,
ego
I agree
trip.
with that.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, that's probably 35%. I agree with.
everyone has a David moment. Everyone has a Solomon moment. Like when you look at someone who become rich and famous, P. Diddy, it's a Solomon moment, but he did some idolatrous weird stuff instead of following the righteous way, and he fell. When you look at someone like our people, we're in an Israelite moment because we're in a place that we don't govern. It's not our God. We're being treated as slaves. You know what I'm saying? We're going through that stage. But even as an individual, you know what I'm saying? You have a Delilah. You know what I'm saying? You have a woman that you put your heart and trust in, and you told her your secrets, and she turned around and stabbed you in the back. These are all stories that we face in real life. Now they took it and religiousized it and did all this stuff. But what I stress is that if you read the story, just apply it, see where it applies to your individual walk as well as the collective conscious walk, and you'll get the truth out of it. But when you
Is
listen,
would you would
to
you agree
it
that the
becomes
Bible and like the Torah and the Quran and other different cultural spiritual systems, right? Their stories, their pantheon, right? Like tell the same story about them, like the Christian Bible tells it about Americans, or vice versa. Like, do you think that's the same thing, or do you think different?
they all listen. All ancient divine wisdom has the same basic premises, principles.
Hmm.
Whether you go in Islam, whether you go in Buddhism, when you go in the Vedas and all of that. The difference, what happened, the problem with the Abrahamic faith is it became antagonistic to other cultures. And that's where the monotheism becomes a big problem for indigenous people, because then they started saying, like, even, in the Muslims and around, saying it was Islam or the sword. Allah is the only God. There's no God. The Christians was fighting for Jesus.
Yeah.
No, you're heathens and all of that. You know what I'm saying? And that's where the Abrahamic faith become a problem. It's a Western Eurasian view of these scriptures and religions that become antagonistic to indigenous peoples. If you look in the Bible at all the people they name that are the heathens, the Canaanites, and what they do
Mm-hmm.
with their practices, it's all
Mm-hmm.
African practices or Afro-Asiatic practices. Oh, you're idolaters. You make statues. Oh, you talking to your ancestors. Those are demons. This is people that converted wisdom into a cultural war for domination, because you can find before like you, there's a sister on here. I'm sure she don't. She said, I think she studies Ifa, whatever. Every principle in Islam and Christianity is an Ifa. Thousands of years before they put it in the Bible and the Quran. The original opener of the way is Legba. The original person, in order to get to talk to the God, you had to go through Eshu. You had to go through Legba. You had to go through the cross where he spoke everybody's language. So the Jesus con Legba existed way before anyone knew the name Jesus. But guess what? Legba's a demon. See? And then so this becomes government mixed with religion. Rome came in. Now, Legba, you're a demon worshiper. You need Jesus. And you know, I'm gonna show you need Jesus with this sword.
Okay. Can I ask you real quick, and I'm gonna just mute up for a while because as I've had these discussions all the time, as I want to kind of like tap into more of like a cosmic perspective. And I want to ask you just to see where you're at, Lex, and like your like your group, Dark Side. So would you say that this is kind of true or false? That there exist trillions of planets within this universe, other universes, potentially multiverses, right? That could could happen life, right? That have different forms. That's according to their star and their its planetary elemental structure.
Mm-hmm. Are you asking if I believe in like all the different forms of like life in the universe and the divert? Yeah, I mean that's another thing. We get so egotistical, like, and we always tell people God is not like the religion has turned God into a racist real estate agent. Like the being, omnipotent being in the infinite universe is concerned about Earth alone and Israel, this little piece of desert land. Are you serious? And humans is the center of the universe. See that we become very egotistical. That's what religion did. Like, what about the universe as far as we know is infinite, but God is concerned about Israel, and not only that, he's a racist. He has chosen people. Some of his kids he likes better than the others. This is clearly man's political agenda.
I agree.
If you got a God that is racist, and it's not racist, he just chose them no, it's racism. He said that this is Jewish propaganda, bro. They ran a damn scheme on the world that the whole world is following. How is God got a chosen people to rule over other people? In the Bible, in the end of days, everyone's going to be slaves to Israel.
Yeah. I mean, that's a whole nother conversation.
No,
but I get what you're saying.
It's a part of the conversation because I'm
can I
talking about
ask my second part?
Hold on, real quick. I'm talking about how little that is, and compared to what you was talking about, the cosmos. So the infinite cosmos, God's chosen people are some desert people on a little planet called Earth that the whole universe is based around.
It's not logical. No, I agree with you completely. But would you say that these beings that exist across the universe, potentially multiverse, right, that they have their own spiritual system or their own god or deities that they worship that's culturally tied to their species, genetics, and planet, right? And would you say that their gods are just face heads for the one true God that operates this entire system that we're all existing in?
Yeah, I don't. No advanced beings worship. No advanced beings worship.
But you get what I mean. You know what I mean? Like honor,
I'm
worship.
going to what
What
I'm saying is no advanced beings worship. The word worship means to work. That's another slave term. Like if you look at advanced beings become the force of God in the making. So if you even look at the story of Jesus, right, which is an ascended person who has become one with the Father, right? And what does he do? The force of love does nothing but serve. It doesn't rule over you. It doesn't tell you to be obedient all the time, to worship it, that honor it. That's narcissism. The force of love, the universe does nothing but give, just like the earth. The earth don't ask so much, but she gives you fruit every day, oxygen. And what do? You don't even really add. The sun just serves. So when you talk about advanced beings, they become one with what some people would describe as love, and that's truly what God is. It's not. I'm not talking about romance like a love novel, but love is a
Mhm.
force. You know what I'm saying? Behind everything, that unifies everything, that serves everything, and doesn't ask for much.
So would you
So
say that love?
so what I'm saying is, when you go into higher planes, people are not sitting around talking about, I'm gonna kill an animal to honor God. That's a vampire
Yeah,
disguised as God. But go ahead.
yeah. Is would you say, and this is my last one, is would you say that love, right, and looking at love as a force that operates and unifies and structures this entire experience that we're living in, right? Is would you say that that force is controlling and operating, let's say, the multiverse, right? Spinning it
Mhm.
around, right, orbiting around each other, and then that same love, right, in different a dimension is operating, let's say, the universe, and it's keeping everything in orbit, everything aligned, and everything structured. Like, would you say that that's the love you're speaking about? Like the
Hell
one
yeah.
that's keeping? Okay,
Hell
okay,
yeah. It's
okay. So I
keeping
know what you're
what
talking
does
about
it
when you talk
say?
about God, and okay,
But you can find it in these scriptures. It says Christ holds all things together.
yeah,
That force, Krishna, whatever you want to call it, it's what's like, if that force is the actual thread that's keeping the sun in where it is, and the earth in orbit, and your body together, and you know what I'm saying? Like, it is, you can't, we are it too, though. See, I think the biggest thing that people, they get people into worship, which is they end up worshiping something that's really taken advantage of, instead of union. There's a scripture that says, Jesus says, take hold of my yoke. My yoke is light, right? If you, that's the same word as yoga, but they don't teach that in the church, and it means union. It's not to worship, it's to become one with. And that is the basic principle of all divine spiritual principles. When you embody, and Blue said it in the chat, the thing about indigenous belief and what became of the Abrahamic faiths and the Western civilization is they went from embodiment to worship. But Jesus said, you'll know me by my works.
Ooh.
That's how you know who has seen me has seen the Father. You ain't got to look what I'm doing. Look at the love I'm showing you. And my vibration is so high, disease can't even exist around me. I haven't reached that level yet, but that's the story of Jesus. Truly, he wasn't worshiping God, he was God in the flesh.
Can I also say this, and not to get off subject, I want to just say this. Okay, how does he know that it's factual about advanced beings not worshiping God? That's his personal belief. Let me say this. So I believe that trees are advanced beings. Trees, a lot of these trees have existed before we ever, I mean, there's trees that are thousands of years old. How much do you think that they know about the earth, civilizations that have come? I mean, just because we can't talk to them and speak with them does not mean that they are not advanced beings. And I think that we
They are
belittle
advanced
nature.
beings.
You know, rocks. You know, some of these
Everything has
rocks, some of these
consciousness.
like one thing that they do in my religion is that they give you these things called otas, and those otas can embody their Orisha, right? Now the otah is not what we worship, but the bottom line is that understand that those otahs they might have came from a river or the ocean, and by the time you get them and you put them in your your thing, your things that we get, they're round. That means that this particular rock has gone through cycles and cycle of water just beating up against it, and it's been there for years and years, to the point where it first was jagged, now it's a complete circle, it's smooth. So Lord knows how long that rock has sat there in the ocean. So, or in that river, on that riverbank, or on that creek, right? So sometimes when we think about advanced beings, we think about outer space, but we don't even understand how many advanced beings exist on this earth, and advanced civilizations that are not human that exist on this earth that might just be plant life.
I mean, I'll give you an example. When you talk about plants, humans have in terms of what we can see, we see what 3 colors. I think it's red, blue, green. We have only about 3 color receptors. Plants have some plants have 13 color receptors. They don't have eyes, but they have receptors. So their vision of the world is way different from human. That's why Jesus said you have eyes that do not see, ears that do not hear. That's why dogs, they're superior hearers than you. You can't hear certain vibrations. You see what I'm saying? Unless you probably develop other spiritual practices and stuff like that. The ants, the ants are more successful than humans. Ants have a whole hierarchy of living. You know what I'm saying? When you go to the store and buy some honey, you know how much, I think they say that was about 10,000 hours worth of work from the bees. You know what I'm saying? So ants have their own language. Ants have tribes. But because we're big and all of that, that's what it really means when it says, when it start talking about people start getting a God complex, because you can know your divinity without being stupid and start thinking without starting to believe you're the all. You see what I'm saying? Because you still have limitations in your physical form, but there are other beings like, what I'm saying, the whales and the dolphins they're very complex. You see what I'm saying? So yes,
I was gonna get into the whales, the orcas, how they have come together and been able to say they're give a vibration out and then say, okay, we're gonna attack ships now. Before, I think one whale got attacked, and then they began to attack ships and come together as a group. And these whales come from all over, and they have different groups, they have different cultures. So I think that us as human beings, we get so high and mighty, we don't even realize that we're not the most advanced civilization on this earth. I'm sorry.
And that's the disconnect we're talking about, because in religion they teach against nature. They separate God from nature. You see, but I believe in true spiritual awakening, you see a oneness in all things. So I see God, and you can see God in the sun and in the tree. And that's why they started calling us idolaters. Oh, y'all are sun worship. No, we see God in the sun. We see him in the trees. And that's the best way we can relate to what we call God, because you never had God come to your house and make you dinner. But you do have fire, you have the sun, you have air, you have water. It says, people say, if it wasn't for God, I don't know what I'd do. But everything God provides for you is through nature, but you deny nature. You can get a paycheck, but like the water is what sustains you, and God is in the water. So we reverence the rivers and the lakes as God. It wasn't like we seen that as the all. They say you a heathen, you an idolater, because you deified the stream. But how will we live if we couldn't drink from the stream? If you take away the sun, there's no life on earth. We see God in the sun. You take away the trees, there's no oxygen. So God is expressing his love and the care for us through nature, not the invisible shit that people do. Pray, I challenge anybody to sit around and ask God to do something. I know I'm not going to deny that supernatural stuff happens, but sit and pray on your light bill for a while. Now, every once in a while, you might say, well, I prayed for my light bill and I found $50. But it's going to come through some means, another person or something natural. So the natural world is the manifestation of God. That's what I'm saying. See, if you pray all you want without no water. So who's providing the water? If you believe in the creator, then why wouldn't you honor the lakes and the streams? And that's the reason why today, because they separate God from nature, that's why they can dump oil in the ocean. When in the laws of Ma'at, it told you, I have not poisoned the water, but they were the heathens though. But the Christians is dumping oil in the water. genetically modifying the food, cutting down the trees that we're not supposed to worship. But how can you live without the trees? Poison in the water. Oh, you worship the sun. You got vitamin D deficiency. God provided the sun, and that controls your happiness. It's a hormone that controls the joy. That's why people who live in cold climates, you know what I'm saying? I was raised in the East Coast, but I'm from the South. But you know, people up north, they got attitudes that like the devil. They don't get enough sun, enough vitamin D from God. So you never gonna see most of the time, no magical stuff. Everything that God provides is coming through some natural source. You want God? Get some more sun, get some more oxygen, get some more fruit, get some more vegetables. Honor the next human being. That's when you'll see God. I don't care what you profess. You can profess Muhammad and Jesus and all that, and they done killed millions of people while they were saved and all of that. But they disrespected nature. You disrespect nature, you disrespect God. I don't care how righteous you think you are. Keep cutting down the trees. Keep poisoning the water. And see if God's going to save you.
They're all his creations. Yeah. 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 We gotta
That's what we talk about
dig
on the
deeper.
dark side.
Mhm.
You see what I'm saying? It's not about no, you know, I know some people think cult and they think like, oh, the nature boy, we off in the weeds in the jungle somewhere and we trying to start some big. We just trying to free people's minds to think. Not that everything I say is not 100% correct, but maybe it'll spark something. Listen, I have met people that was on the verge of suicide that was giving up on life, and they may have been listening, and anybody can be an inspiration to someone. And then they took back their personal power and had the courage to keep living or realize that they were an unlimited being. Where in other places and where they have been condemned by religion and thinking they was born in sin and all that type of stuff. They tell us from the beginning that we're born. Think about the psychology of this. You're born guilty. God damn. Born guilty. That's a hell of a psychology. I'm born condemned. I didn't even do nothing yet. That's crazy. That's made up by the church. There's no such doctrine as the original sin in the Bible. The reason why we're born in sin is because what we inherited, what that means is you inherited the lies of those who went before you. You inherited the consciousness. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why you got to renew your mind. This is all done in the mind. And I always tell people in psychology, from the age of 1 to 7, you are being programmed for the rest of your life. We know this in psychology. Your mother lied to you. She might not have meant to. Grandmama lied to you. The teacher lied to you. Cousin Boo Boo lied to you. Society lied to you. Because when you was born, they didn't tell you that you are the image and representation of divinity. Nothing was impossible to you. That you're not to blame for nothing, but you can fix everything. That you are unlimited. That you can heal yourself. There's nothing that we can't overcome. There's nothing impossible. They didn't tell us that when we was born. They told us that we had to repent. We was born in sin and we wasn't shit. We're unlimited. We can change the world. We can save the world. We can heal every disease. We can use technology. We can reach immortality. There's nothing that's why we talk about building the Tower of Babel. And when that deity came and said, we're going to divide the languages because there's nothing impossible to them. That's the psychology that plagues not only black people, but humanity today, because people think everything is limited. They think there's something that can stop them because they don't know they have the power of God. Literally.
So let's get back into the dark side. Let's get back into the understanding of what this group is. So the next question I wanted to ask is that is your group an atheistic group, or does it welcome all people that believe in God? Like, so would you allow a person that practices Abrahamic religion to be a part of the dark side?
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be hard on it, but we have most of the people that rock with comes out of the Abrahamic religion. That's why I talk a lot about the Bible. But I mean, if you can rock and not be offended, it's going to be, listen, there's very few people. Everyone talks about truth and all of that, but nobody really wants it. Because if it goes, when a person adopts a belief system, they start to believe that they are the belief system. So when they hear something contrary, it's an attack on them. It sounds like it because they think that their experience and their beliefs are what they are. So yeah, you could be a Christian and come build with the dark side, long as you can handle the truth and you can let go of things. You know what I found the bravest thing a human being can do is change. That sounds so simple, but most people remain in a religion, in a belief, because it's hard. It's like when you're in a relationship with a person for a long time. You've been married for 20 years. You get a divorce. Dating is not something you're really into. It's too much. You've been used to this thing so long. And so when people, it's the same thing with philosophies and beliefs. They're dating this thing. They're married to it. And then if you take that, it crumbles their whole world. At least they think it does. So it's an Armageddon. That's what the book of Revelations is really talking about, a consciousness. When your consciousness starts to fall apart, when the things you believed in, you realize wasn't really true. Can you handle that and be mature enough and strong enough to still keep going and just make the correction? The reason why we argue so much is because people are unwilling to make the correction because they become so comfortable in that. And it works for them for the most part. Well, it works for me. Even if it's a lie, it works for me. And that's what we call comfort is death. Then you stop growing.
So let's get into, like I said, I want to kind of move away from just like the philosophical aspect of things, but I just really want to get into the STEM, the dark side, and where is your path forward? Like, it sounds to me like it's a lot, like you guys have a lot of understanding about different religions. You guys have a lot of understanding about things outside of what you guys are doing, but it doesn't sound like it's very cohesive of a understanding of what you guys direction is. So can you show us, can you tell us what is your direction within this group? It's great to understand, okay, this is where everything is wrong on that end, and then we're creating this new thing. What's your path?
Everyone has their own path.
So what is the purpose of this group? What is so you're saying
right now, somebody hearing me, some lights went on in their head. That's the purpose. And they can take that and do what they want to do, and they can keep growing on it and building. I'm not gonna go into my personal path and all of that. I mean, that's
personal.
I know. It's just,
I think
it's just everyone has their own path. That's all we're doing is bringing a consciousness. When we're not the Nation of Islam.
I think what he's saying is a lot of things has failed us as a people, like the religions get us trapped up. All these things kept us trapped. I think they're trying to come up with a new way for humanity, right? A lot of the religions are not about humanity. Humanity consists of the people, like the plants, taking care of the world, because in all reality, our body is the earth too, right? It's the earth too. How we feed it, how we take care of it, it all goes together. So I think that's what he's trying to say is, but God is not the issue, and believing in God is not the issue. The issue is we're not taking care of the gift that God gave us, and that would be planet Earth.
And it starts in the mind. I mean, once you free a person's mind and they get the confidence and ability, that's all they need. Then all they got to do is find their purpose and passion, which is the individual walk. And then you become unlimited. And so, there's so many, I mean, these conversations can go on forever. But, this is the internet. This is social media. It's just a consciousness. So there's some people who hear me and be like, yo, I could go listen to some more of that and build on that and come around us and build and add their ideas and free other people. There's people that's listening We have freed people from religion.
So that goes back to the dark side, mainly being primarily a think tank of ideas that people share. They build upon each other's ideas. They come with information, and then from there, people leave that, and then they do whatever they want in society from that foundation.
I would hope they would do the right thing, but I'm just saying, like, I mean, there's a definitely some nationalistic values to what we're doing in terms of black people. Of course, we promote indigenous style of living. We promote self-love. We say study psychology. The biggest thing is dealing with the dark side of your mind, that place where most people don't go in order to free your potential for your individual success. I think the problem with a lot of groups is people always look for that. Like, no, this is an individual thing. You're trying to empower people individually. Now, what your purpose is and what you decide to do with that information is you. That's the problem with groups and with religions and the bad cults that end up doing Jim Jones shit and all that. We're not the same.
Well, no, I would say
what I'm saying, if y'all come to the show,
cults like Jim Jones and these other cults, the reason why they end up like failing is because they never had no structure to begin with. I mean, Dr. Malachi York, first he was an Indian, then he was from the planet Nibiru, then he was the such and so he went through 15 different transformations before he finally, I guess at the end was.
Yeah, that was a powerful organization, though. They was well organized, actually.
Right. It was organized.
He just fell to sexual deviancy.
But what I'm saying is that if you actually trace it and you saw Nature Boy do the same exact thing, started off just going into nature and everybody need to get underneath the equator. Then he went from Nature Boy to Master Chief. Then he went from Chief, Master Chief to now I am the three God. And Baba, no, he was Baba, whatever.
I mean, that was his evolution. I don't really care about that. The problem is
no. There's a reason why I'm asking that, because with real systems that have exist for thousands of years have a structure to it, and it has a structure that's very solid. And really, it's very. They do have some things that change within it, but the main structure of it, the foundation of it, is there. And all the things that cults, when you start off with no foundation and you say, okay, well, no. It's just about the individual. Well, then that could go anywhere. You know what I'm saying? Because one individual might believe it's okay to kill everybody. We should just kill everybody.
Yeah.
They could be nihilistic, and you can have them join this group, and they could think, you know what? I think everybody.
But they wouldn't have that mind. They would be faking the fact, because if they was around us building about killing people, the consensus wouldn't be that was okay. So even that still would be an individual path. Now I hear what you're saying in terms of thousands and thousands of years, but honestly, those systems eventually are outdated and die. I'm a firm believer in African spirituality, but a lot of that shit is outdated. A lot of that stuff needs to be updated and going into the modern technological world. Ogun needs to become an AI program. Yemen Yah needs to become you know what I'm saying? Like, so it's like, yes, there's some people who need that structure like that. Just like some people need to join the military, where they say, get up at 6 a.m. and then we eat breakfast, then we go run for 5. Go find that organization. But don't say that we got to be like that. We're about empowering people personally. And we found that out through experience, because when you do that, you offend people, because people are different. Everyone's a different expression of God. You can have fundamentals, but you can't tell people what to do and how to do it. You can only give them the tool and then hope to guide them into the right direction. But some people that's why we talk about Star Wars. If anyone knows, Anakin was supposed to bring balance to the universe. He became Darth Vader. They didn't train him like that. He was supposed to be one of the greatest Jedi that ever lived. He turned to the so-called dark side. So that's everyone's individual choice. That's that's my perspective. I'm not trying to get together with people like that, because I found that's a mistake. That's when you become a cult leader, and that's when it becomes dangerous. And
I wouldn't necessarily say that to get together with people. I'm just saying that if you have a structure to begin
well, that's something you can provide. I mean, in the Ephah tradition, on the dark side, you are individual. We build, free your mind, get information, whatever. No, we don't have no structure like that for you. It's chaos energy over here. So I hear you, but nah, we don't
So
have no structure.
basic.
And
So
even chaos has a structure, so I don't know what you mean by that.
Well,
but
there is structure, but there's no structure I can point you to. Then, if you say even chaos has a structure, then that means everything is structured in some way. But no, there's no.
Everything is structured. What do you mean? Everything is
All right,
structured.
so then the dark side is structured. Then
but then that goes against the free will, right? Even though it's structured, God did give us free will, which means you do have to do things individually.
Well, it depends on.
Because the choice, at the end of the day, the choice will be yours. They can present it, but free will stands over everything. Right? So even if it's there a structure in place, your free will would say, I want to do this, I don't want to do that.
Right.
come to, if y'all come build
a computer screen, a computer, the internet could be considered chaos. A computer could be considered chaos, but it's a structure to it because the internet is. If you look at the actual figure of what the internet is, the actual networks and how it's all over the place, and this links to that and this links to that, it's look like a chaos ball. You know what I'm saying? However, there's still that underlying structure that makes it all happen. So that's the only thing I was saying is that okay, so but it's okay.
Yeah, I hear you. And maybe that, maybe that's something that we need to consider. And that may be something we may not even want to talk about in public.
The operating system.
We are the dark side for a reason.
System, including everything has a operating system, including humanity, and even free will is
but what I'm saying is
it's like a computer program. So okay, it's almost like okay, have you ever did like a flow chart? All right, so you come across a crossroad, you can go left or right. But there's something that's going to happen on the left. And there's something going to happen on the right.
Yeah.
But there's definitely a set structure to what's going to happen either way.
Okay.
Yeah.
But before structure, right? Before we even created these systems, you still had free will. These structures had to be created.
Free will is an illusion.
No, free will is not an illusion. We just live within the structures that were created, but it's still a choice. It may not be good choices that people make. People make good choices, they make bad choices. But the structure before, who created the structures? Before even all of this took place, you had free. God Himself said, "I give you free will."
Let me say this too, please. Although, there's also a sense of, we are fraternal in a way. So even though I'm here, we do operate in the darkness too. You can't, you're not gonna know everything me and Blue talks about. We have a different relationship, and we're also wise enough to know that in the public, many forces are watching. So why, just understand that when you're asking questions, that we learned from watching other people and watching their mistakes. We learned from some of these cults you mentioned. So we're not going to say certain things to incriminate ourselves or to put us in those boxes, because we know those will be used against you, because people are looking for the next villain to crucify or the cult or to turn you into something. So that's why we say it's an individual thing and there's no leader. Once people start talking about there's a leader, then the leader becomes targeted. So no, you're not gonna get no leader out of the dark side. You kill somebody, the next person will step right in. You see what I'm saying? So it's like there's a wisdom that's being operated here too, man. We're very smart in people, individuals. You know what I'm saying? We know we watched everything that went on with people and how the mistakes they made, and trying to be a charismatic leader. I'm a very charismatic person. I could definitely do the Creflo Dollar Jim Jones thing. I'm very talented with words. You know what I'm saying? I could take advantage of people like that if I wanted to. I could be a mega pastor. but I know what comes along with that. So I'm very careful with my words now. I know I've already witnessed the slander of people on the internet. I already been slandered. I already been, because people already, oh, Lex is a cult leader and this and this. So I know what I'm doing when I'm talking. So it's like, I'm just trying to relate that, like, no, so we don't get involved in like certain things. Like, there's not going to be a building. There's not going to be nowhere to gather. There's not going to be no leader. There's not going to be no book that says you have to do this and this. And nobody's going to be able to put us in a category. The only thing that we're saying is you can come build with us and free your mind if you feel it. And you know what I'm saying? Hopefully can empower you individual, man. We're just like inspiration and motivation through information. And then the deeper you go, the more not. And maybe you might be a person who comes and brings along the aspect that is not there. You may be someone to help us with structure. But
Well,
nah,
what does
we're
that
not.
look like,
I would
Les?
say there's no leader. Okay, in my religion, there's no leader of it. You know what I'm saying? There's no lead person that's leading the whole, except for Olodumare, the high God that's way beyond our understanding. That's everything, but we don't even understand that. You know what I'm saying? So, but there's no leader in that. But there's a structure. You know, just because you don't have to have a leader to have a structure. If you understand, it's really, if you basically, structure is really just the foundation. If you understand what your foundation is and what your main thing,
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. We like water right now, though. And even if I did have a structure,
I
I
mean, even
wouldn't
water
say,
has a foundation.
even
Water,
if I did have some structure like you're looking for, I wouldn't say it.
H2O is water. It's a molecule. You know, there's a
I mean,
structure.
I agree with you. I mean, I don't know what.
But
Okay,
it's okay. I mean, I'm
you
sorry.
found the flaws in the dark side, I guess. I mean, I mean, even if there was a structure like that, we wouldn't say it publicly.
Lex, what does building with you look like? What does building with the group look like?
It's just like what we doing now. Like if you come, you know what I'm saying, to my channel, Lex Vortex, my other channel got taken down, so I had to start all over. But again, I appreciate if y'all could put that link in the chat for those who do. But it's just what we do, what we doing right now. But we get on here, we go at it with each other. We inspire each other. We share information, and we develop relationships. Some of these people are not people just, you know, they're like my friends now in real life. We talk, you know what I'm saying? Like I can call them and I need some advice, or I need to
talk a little
borrow
bit more?
$5. You know what I'm saying? Like, so
can you talk a little bit more about the when you, I know you said you guys use the term the dark side, and for you guys that have been a part of the group for a while, it has a different connotation to it than maybe
Unhighlighted, Genesis. Unhighlighted.
Probably has a different connotation than what my mind goes to. But because so many of us associate darkness, just like you said, with more nefarious things, right? Are you guys using darkness and the term the dark side almost as a play on words, or is there, or do you really believe in dark energy and whatnot?
oh yeah, definitely. The universe, I mean, science today tells you that 90% of the universe is dark energy and dark matter.
Okay, so that was a broad question that I gave. When I say, do you believe in it? Not do you believe in the existence of it, but do you believe in it in practice?
Yeah, I'm just saying the reason why I stated that. I mean, if the universe is based upon that, of course. Like, for instance, like when you're developing, you have to go into the darkness. Like even in religion, in church, they say your mess becomes your message, right? But that mess is the darkness. Like that's actually what's developing you.
Okay.
Like the power comes from that dark place in that sense. But then on, like I said, even on a psychological level, the core part of you is in the darkness. And then even on the physical scientific level, if we was to say, well, where does God dwell? It would be in the darkness.
Okay, help me understand that, because of course that goes completely opposite of what I know to be true. So help me understand, how does God dwell in the darkness?
Let's go right to the book of Genesis. In the
When the
beginning,
earth
God
was
created
without
the
form
heavens
and
and the
void.
earth. And it was, and darkness dwelt upon the face of the deep, and the spirit of the Lord moved upon the waters. This is, and way before that's even in Genesis, we find it in African traditions. We find it in the Kemetic.
Olokun. Yeah, that's where
We
Olokun.
find it in Egyptian traditions. It's called the waters of noon. And now in modern day science, they call it dark energy. So God is developing out of the darkness. That's where, you know what I'm saying? And then when you think about, you know, even if you think of an idea, when the what Genesis is describing is actually the way things are created in mind. Like an idea, where is that? Can we see it? When you have a vision or an idea, is that in the light? No, it starts in the darkness of your mind and then it manifests in the light. You could think of a business that is in the darkness. You could think about changing yourself. What do you think? Whatever you decide to do is in the darkness. Is all a baby developed in the dark. So yes, I heavily believe in it. And I'm telling you what I think, they polarize that and use it as a psychological weapon against us. They got people worshiping light and scared of darkness. Sometimes the light is blinding.
That's a hard one for me. I'm not gonna lie, but I'll sit with it and give it some thought.
Yeah, yeah. On top of that, most of us here, our skin is dark.
Because I hear you when you say God developed out of the darkness. I can get with that, but to then I can't remember exactly how you worded it, sort of early in, but I thought I heard you express the thought that God is not light, or almost as if light is a negative.
Light is a product of darkness, though. Remember, the light came out of the darkness. He had to say, "Let there be light." And then we're just talking philosophically in terms of, and I'm relating you because of the Bible.
In order for someone to let there be light, light have to exist before, at the same time as darkness, to be able to say "let there be." It would have to exist.
No, I get that. I definitely get that. I'm not having an issue with that. I think I'm just struggling with.
I know that it's totally opposite of what we've been taught. I mean, we watch horror movies and we go to funerals. It's dark. Right. When you think of darkness, that's what we're talking about, the programming.
Because remember, light isn't good or evil. Light is just light. That good or evil is used as a way for you to understand. I mean, like they're using light and darkness as a way for you to understand or visualize what they're talking about when they're stating good and evil. So that in itself, those are two separate things. The reason why we're using darkness is because darkness has become the synonymous with black, and black has become synonymous with a people, and that people have become synonymous with wicked and evil. And color isn't wicked or evil. Wicked and evil don't have a color to it. It just has a way of manifesting itself. It can manifest itself as light. It can manifest itself as darkness. That's just like when I think the people who always say even Satan could could disguise itself as an angel of light, right? So it's no different. It's the same thing. It's not. It's getting over the fact of how people refer to light and darkness, and more so understanding that evil and good aren't based on skin tone or color or different, or just synonymous with you or us as a people.
Yeah, I can get behind that. I can support that all day, actually, and that makes sense to me. I guess it always makes me uncomfortable to hear people.
Somebody, the way Blue explained that. That's why I say there's really no, you know what I'm saying, like. He explained that in a way that other people can relate better than probably what I could have and the other people might have, you know what I mean? So that's how we build.
Hey, Kamisi, welcome to the panel, and welcome also Blue. Thank you for coming.
Hey, what's up? What's up, brother? What's up, Sugar Love and the whole panel? What's up, everybody?
Hey.
What's up, brother Lex?
Amani.
Yeah. Hey, that's what's up. Hey, brother Lex, I'm familiar with you from a long time ago. I've watched you through the years. At times, I didn't know. I remember back when you was rolling with God and them, in the black. I watched you go from Sonetta's panel to them, and you went through the battles with Sonetta and all of that. And I've seen you on Q Butter's platform. At times, I thought you were just a, yeah. Oh man. No, you don't like you, but at times I thought you were just a wasn't sure. I thought you just was one of those contrarians who just want to argue for the sake of arguing. But
yeah, that's
today,
how a lot of people painted the picture.
Yeah, that's the way it's hard to tell sometimes. But today, you've been spot on, son. Let me tell you, bro. I don't have to join the dark side. I'm already a member. You saying
right?
Everything you saying is stuff I'm always trying to convey to people. You know, but people have such a lot. They got such a head. They got us in such a psychological headlock. You know that it's hard to and I already can tell sometimes when you talking and people gotta. It's almost like oh no, you moving around furniture in here. No, this is supposed to go. You know, and it's like they you know there's a panic. I can hear the panic when people get all funky with you, and you ain't even
Can you
been
lower
rude.
it down a little bit? It's like you really yelling.
Okay, let me put the phone far away from my face. What about here? Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can't help it, man. I mean, I'm just passionate about what I got to say. I just, like I said, you've been I unlike the dude said he only agreed with 45%. Nah. I think you spot on. I think you hitting on all cylinders as far as I'm concerned. And it's not just me being a yes man. That's just the fact. I mean, you're saying what I've been trying. You know, I feel like the message is the message, and it, you know, minds need to be free, and y'all about the business of doing that. That's just what I wanted to say.
Peace, brother Amani. Yeah, that's all we saying. Just like you said, like you don't gotta join, you're already a member. That's what we saying. Power to the dark side. It's like that. You, as far as if your mind is in a certain place, that's your tribe. You know what I'm saying? You don't need a card. You know what I'm saying? When you meet people with the same consciousness, that's your tribe.
Exactly. And you have the patience to go into the Bible like you, whereas me, you know, I take a different approach. I might be a little bit more offensive because I'm not going to go too deep into the stories. I'm going to give you know, and it's good that you can do that though, is what I'm saying.
Brother,
It's
you
good
gotta,
that you can
know,
do
if you know me, I've learned. People call me the flip flopper, and I've been attacked, and I've grown wise through my experience now because I understand the mind I understand how I offended people in the past. I understand how hard it is so I try to be, I've learned, you know, today to be careful with my words, to try to break spells with the least resistance. And so I had so much opposition that now I'm not moved because I already know how people are going to respond to their programming. So I've learned to just be patient and just keep chipping away. We call it on the dark side, we call it the wall. We know somebody's going to hit the wall sooner or later in a conversation with their beliefs. That wall is coming.
Facts.
May I
Yes.
ask another question just to gain some understanding? And I want to say this too, right? I joined this live completely green. And really had to challenge myself to remain open-minded because like most of us, you know, you get grown, you get your own set of ideals and beliefs. You don't really like people shaking that up too much, right? So I had to push myself to remain open-minded during this conversation. And one thing that I'm wondering is why can't the message of promoting self-knowledge, self-awareness, self-consciousness, self-love, why does that message seem to be married to breaking down the Christian faith? Why do those two seem to go hand in hand with not just your group, but others like it?
I hear you. And I had to kind of, you know, step back from that. Listen, the black church is the foundation of black liberation. Anybody that denies that is just crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless how you look at it, our people was marching and stomping and fighting with Jesus.
Yes.
Grandma kept the family together with the power of Jesus. There's a power in that. The issue is not is that okay? It's not really about bashing it, but there's just another side to it where it's like it served its purpose for a minute, and there's some things we can always hold on to, but it's like, you know, when you want to go to the next level in something, sometimes you just got to let go of other things. Not that this is bad, but it's like when you, even like economically, when you reach another economic level, you know, it's not like you don't want to hang out with your old friends. You might not be able to spend as much time in the hood because you're just in a different place. And Christianity was a place for black people. Like there's a history connected to it. There's pain connected to it. There's certain things that are connected. And that's why they say, you know, Lot's wife. You can't, you got to leave certain things behind. So yeah, and over the years, because of history and because of the way we were treated by certain Christians, yes, in black consciousness, it became somewhat of an enemy. You know what I'm saying? In terms of freeing our minds, because it's the thing that took us away from some of our indigenous understanding. But all in all, there's great Christian teachers though that don't follow dogma. People like Reverend Ike was teaching consciousness like that, but they get opposed. And you know, even some of the pastors today, but that old slave Jesus, that shit gotta go, sis.
Yes, the core teachings of Christianity, I think, go against freedom. The idea of this one white man, being the best man that ever was and ever will be, that in itself goes against freedom and thinking free. And
All
there
right,
are other things I can point out. But
That's why I
if
use the
I'm
Bible. You know what I'm saying? I think
we family, right? We all skin folk here, right? Do y'all really think that the average person in our age range envisions that old picture white Jesus with the blue
yes.
eyes and blonde?
that's the way they've been pushing it all my life. Yeah, that's
You
the way
said
it's been served to me.
Okay.
yes. The
So you
reason
don't think that
why,
there's been an evolution of how we view?
no.
Okay.
People
Okay.
don't
The
dare
reason,
speak on it. People don't dare say it. Okay, let me back out. I'm sorry.
no, the reason why I say yes is that's why we talk about the subconscious. I'm
Mhm,
saying on the surface, people have took down Caesar Borgia and put up
mhm,
Ned DeWino on their wall. Like, yeah, I got a black G, but
mhm,
not in the subconscious. You
Right.
can test. I tell you what, just test yourself. Don't do it now, but sit by yourself. And I
mhm,
did this. I still do it. And sit quietly and just say Jesus and wait for the picture. That's how you can. I guarantee you
mhm.
that blonde haired, blue eyed dude's gonna pop up.
And you know another
I
reason why I know that it haven't changed yet, because when there was a big old statue in Rio in Brazil that is a statue of that Jesus, whatever, the white guy,
Yeah. Yeah.
and he had his arms outstretched. It's like a
Yep.
white statue, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So they were doing some kind of a parade that was a satanic parade or something like that. And
Mhm.
I guess lightning struck that Jesus, you know what I'm
And
saying?
yeah, power,
And,
power.
will,
What?
and then a flood happened, right? And
Mhm.
Mhm.
so then they were like, people were like crying about the lightning strike. They thought that this whole thing was like a sign that they, because you mess with Jesus, the striking the
Mhm.
statue.
Mhm.
And I'm like, Will Smith started crying. It was like so.
No, but in reality, we're gonna have to call a spade a spade. The reason why it still exists because just the point of calling yourself a black Christian that proves
Mhm.
to you it still exists. If a Christian is supposed to be Christian, just supposed to say the word Christian. The point of you saying black church, white church, it
Mhm.
still shows you that it still exists. A church is supposed to be a church.
Mhm.
Now, when you have people, remember Christians, because it's a lot of dominations, right? So
Mhm.
even if you got the Mormons or all these other people, the minute you say the argument that they give you when you say the color of his skin, the
Mhm.
texture of his hair,
Mhm.
right? Oh, he was just old. Like, no, we're talking about this texture, and these arguments are still going down today.
Mhm.
So we got to really think about when we say the word Christians, because it's still divided. So are we Christians or are we not? Is it a church or is it not?
Mm-hmm. I hear that.
Yeah, I think people really need to study. I say this all the
I hear
time.
that.
Subconscious. Do a whole subconscious. That's what the Bible calls your spirit. When he say get something in your spirit,
Right.
it's that deep subconscious that it's not on the surface, man. It's really something deep. It's
Listen,
not
this is just
totally
a slippery
understood
slope.
or explained, but like you have memories that you don't even remember when you was a child. It's in there.
True.
It don't come into it's triggered. So think about, so when we talk about that picture of white Jesus and Christianity, and not only that, we got epigenetic memory that was
Mm-hmm.
passed down. So that's
Mm-hmm.
trauma. That's what the church calls generational curses.
Mm-hmm.
The epigenetic memory. So attached to Christianity is white supremacy,
Mm-hmm.
pain, and inferiority for us. No matter what we say, we can't deny that.
True.
You see what I'm saying? That is, and it's deep in the recesses. Even when we so-called get woke and change the picture and say, well, I got a black liberation Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
Some people it may happen, but most of us, even me, I'm not free from all of that. It's subconsciously. I'm just aware of it more than other people. But
Mm-hmm.
that's why we attack Christianity, to break that spell.
And it needs to be done. And I think,
Well,
in my opinion,
hold on.
okay.
We
Can I
have
say something?
yeah, 1 second. We got another guest on the panel. Would you like to speak?
That's the Sith Lord and Yami and Butu. Power to the dark side.
Welcome, Yami. Would you like to say something?
Welcome to the panel.
Welcome.
Peace. I don't know if you can hear me.
We
I'm
hear
out
you.
and about right now. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
we hear you.
I just wanted to say it was a good show. What the brother came on and said he's already part of the dark side. He don't have to join. I mean, that was it in a nutshell. If you ask what type of organization it is, it's when I think about it, I remember coming out of being a Christian, coming out of being a Hebrew Israelite. There was a lot of fear, and there wasn't a lot of people to talk to. There wasn't a lot of places to go where you can bounce these ideas off your head. Well, the dark side is that place you can go and not be afraid. When you first step out of your spirituality, your religion you have for your whole life, things is going to happen. Things are going to go wrong. Like the brother said, your furniture in your head going to get thrown around. You're going to get holes in your walls. But you don't be afraid. You keep going. You keep going because you're searching for the truth. You want what's real, not what's been told to you. And we're saying we'll give you the tools to search for yourself. Don't believe me because I told you. Believe me because you experienced it. And the dark side is about giving you the tools to search for the truth. So that was my 2 cents.
Okay.
Lex, you did a good job.
All right, Cosme, go ahead. You wanted to say something, my brother?
Yeah, I was gonna say that all religions have that element of anti-blackness, anti-self. All religions are the cults. Those are the cults. Religions, all of them are cults to me, because they have a lot of they require for you to just believe a whole lot of things that you can't verify, and all of that. All of them have that element. All of them are cults. I think it's the exact opposite. He's actually coming with the freedom from the cults of religion.
Wow.
And I also want to say this. Why are we trying to preserve something we wasn't born with? Why are we the custodians of Christianity? None of us were born Christians. None of us were born Muslims. Unless you were born into that family, but I'm talking about in all reality, somebody had to give you that. So I'm not going 10 toes down for something that was created from some other people, just consider it. All right, that's all. You don't have to. You can go 10 toes down for it, but I'm just like, think about it. Why? I'm not. Why are we trying to preserve something like that? If freedom is more important, what if it comes down to freedom is over here, Christianity is over there? Which one you going to choose? I'm going to choose freedom. I'm gonna just leave it.
Let me
Leave it
add
right
to
there.
that real quick. That's the irony. That, you know, when we talk about the theatrics of a part of this, some of this theatrics, the irony is the dark side is bringing the light. See, on the other side, they claim that
Exactly.
they're the light. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yes.
That's the
Exactly.
irony of the whole situation, and the play on the dark side. It's really the thing that's illuminating. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
True.
the devil appears as an angel of light. Then what does God appear as?
Facts. Right.
See?
I never really,
Exactly.
I never really kind of understand that particular position of this was not our original religion. So why do we cling to it? So, and the reason why I have a hard time with that pushback is because if I am terribly ill with a sickness, right, and you got the medicine that I need to save my life, I'm gonna take that medicine. I'm not gonna care that you got the medicine and you're not from the same country as me, that you don't come from the same land as me, that our original tongue isn't the same. You got the medicine that's gonna save me, and what I want is to be saved.
Well, that's kind of putting a spin on it because Christianity didn't give me the medicine, but that didn't save me. I mean, all of these religions, neither did Islam, none of that stuff is the medicine that saves me. Now, if that's the medicine that saves you, yeah, I guess it applies, but
Well, I would say
it ain't.
this.
It don't save me.
I see what the sister's saying, and to some point you can agree. Like, but the thing is you have to think about um the nature of something. Like the egos don't have medicine for the doves, though. And you may, and Christianity may
Exactly.
be something that was at the time, like I said, like that served the purpose psychologically. But then again, you got to think about the whole concept, the fact that you said saved,
Mm-hmm.
and then we would have to get into saved from what, and then we can get into what, hell. What medicine was given besides the sickness you thought you had was a false sickness in the first place? You didn't even need no medicine. You just needed to get rid of the thing that was in your head that was causing the sickness. So someone makes you sick. This is what they do in the medical industry. They make you sick and then give you a pill and say, we're going to heal you. No, you made me sick in the first place. So I know damn well your pill ain't going to heal me. You're just trying to sell and make money. If you was to get away from me, I wouldn't be sick anyway. If you wasn't genetically modifying the food, I wouldn't be sick anyway. If you didn't come trying to change my mores and forays, I would have never
Mhm.
got sick. So you make me sick and then claim you got the medicine. That's crazy.
Aasha.
Exactly. And I can spin this around this way. What if? Why is it if one of your people, the people that look like you, have the medicine, and you be like, nah, I don't want that. I want what's coming from, the Far East or from somebody else. Why are you refusing the medicine if more than likely the people that look like you in your area that know your situation got the medicine, but you want, nah, I want the ancient medicine from somebody else. I mean, it's the same thing. It's, free your
And
mind,
I, and
man,
I
and
think
the
and I
rest
think
will
that
follow.
a big part of it is, even this is what I'm saying about doctrine,
Mm-hmm.
because Jesus was trying to teach people to heal themselves. There was a time when the disciples came and say, "Why couldn't we do?" They asked him. He said, "You do it. Why you keep coming to me? You don't believe yet? You do it. So you ought to become your own doctor. You shouldn't even be looking for medicine from me. You should
Well,
just be
well,
learning how to make the medicine yourself."
well, look at it from my point of view for a minute, if you will, right? And y'all don't let me dominate this thing. Y'all got me actually very much interested now, and I can talk. But what for me? What's the alternative? I struggle with. Okay, I'm a '90s baby, right? born in the 70s, but raised up in the 90s, right? And in the 90s, y'all know Black consciousness was a whole thing, right? And we very much got in touch with pseudo Africanism, right? We was all for it. Now, as I've grown older, what I've come to realize is I can have a love and appreciation for my African roots, but I don't, that isn't my identity. And what's more is, how can I worship or honor in any meaningful way ancestors that of a group of people in which I don't even identify? Like, what's the alternative?
What do
May,
you
See,
what do you
may
mean you
I
don't identify with your ancestors? Because you
may
don't.
I jump in real quick? May I be heard?
shout out. This is
Yeah,
Akasha, the
why
high
don't you
priest
Go
of the
ahead, go
identify with
ahead.
your
Well,
Well,
ancestors?
hey, High Priestess
first,
Akasha, thank you for joining the panel.
first,
Welcome,
first
High
and
Priest.
foremost,
Go ahead, sister.
first and foremost, I would like to say peace to all the panel, power to the dark side, to the GA, DMT, and the Sith Lord. I am Akasha. I just wanted to jump up here real quick because there is a completely different side. I wanted to show you all a different side as to what the dark side is. Because you've heard from three different male voices that are within the dark side. And I was very surprised that not one of you women said anything about women. Like, where's the
Oh,
feminine?
that was coming, and I asked that last time. Ask Blue. But go ahead, my
This
sister.
is our second interview. We went.
Yeah.
It was all women on the panel before this. So
Mm.
yeah, this is the second interview.
Well, go ahead, my sister. Let's hear from you.
But I'm definitely a feminine voice within the dark side. By trade, I am an engineer, but my lifestyle, I'm not gonna lie to you, Genesis. I keep hearing you say religion, religion, religion. Like for me, Ifa is a tradition. It's a way of life that has been passed through my family for generation to generation to generation. It's not for me a religion. It's my way of life. So that for me, that was kind of interesting. But I'm so sorry, ma'am, the one who was just speaking.
Nene, nice to talk to you.
Nene. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I addressed you correctly. Nene, I would like to answer your question.
Okay.
You're saying about it feels like you like what am I supposed to do with ancestors that I've never known?
Correct.
You knew your grandmother, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You
Exactly.
loved you loved your grandmother, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You loved your grandfather.
Of course.
You love those uncles, those aunts, those cousins, those of you, those of in your family that have passed.
For
Those
sure.
are now those are now your ancestors, but they are at the same time. Those are also a part of you. I'd like to go back to what GA or Lex was saying when we go to the Bible, when we're talking about everlasting life, when we go to scientifically, you are your people. You are your ancestors because that DNA has passed from one generation, one mother, one child to the next. So when you are venerating your ancestors, even if you are only looking at oneself to do that, if you're loving on yourself, you are then turn around and you're venerating your ancestors. But you don't have to look back at people like hundreds and hundreds of years before you. Like, I don't even know who these people are when you can simply look at the ones that you do know. Those are your ancestors.
I want to
I
thank you
would
for that.
like
You're
to.
the first person I heard ever say that, because when I hear people speak of ancestors, for first of all, you please understand, and I know it might sound ignorant because I'm not, I'm not around this thought process, so I don't all the way understand it, right? But I hear names like names that are not foreign to me. Let me just say that so I don't say the wrong offensive thing. Names that are not foreign to me, like I'm not Nigerian. I don't know about Nigerian gods. You know what I'm saying? I have a hard time connecting to that because to again, that's not my identity, right? So you're the first person that I ever heard say, yes, your your actual lineage, your bloodline is your ancestors. And so I appreciate you saying that. My only thing is I believe I honor my ancestors in the context that you say it, but I can't worship them, see, because
No, and see, that's a thing that people they get out of context with African spiritualities. It's,
Mhm.
oh, we worship. Do you know that really when you go to church on Sunday that you're the only one worshiping? Someone like myself or a DJ Genesis or Alchemizing Energy. I'm sorry, sis, how you want to be called? Please let me know, and I'll address you that way. Um,
You can pick one. Let's pick one.
Okay.
Whichever one you like
Well,
the
the way that in the way of life that Genesis is,
Mhm.
like we don't worship anything. No, we may venerate. We give honor to
Mhm.
those who came before us, but we're not worshiping anything. You go to church, but you're the one that's doing all the worshiping.
Mhm.
There's a difference there. But when we start talking about the roots of the tree, it's us that they want to make out to be evil. Oh, your native practices, that's evil. You're worshiping false idols. You're worshiping. No, we're not doing any of that. That's not what we do in our practices.
What
We
do you
don't.
do then?
Can I add something real quick, Akasha, to that? Like, and just as my view, in terms when we talk about ancestors, and you made a great point. Your ancestors live in your DNA. So, and it's a give and take because a lot of times the ancestors I mean, what's in nature is also a part of your ancestors. So it's not a one-way relationship. That's why even though I'm a person, I don't really believe in blood sacrifice, but when you look at the relationship indigenous people had, it was a give and take. It's like, okay, this is an offering. So it's a push and pull situations. We actually keep the ancestors alive as they guide us in a psychological sense. So they venerate us too when we venerate them. Where in religion, it's like this just overpowering one force that everyone just
Well,
you
what?
know what I mean.
Well,
That's just my
nah.
view. You know what I'm
To
saying?
to actually add on to it though, what I'll give you to an example is that when you actually look at the biblical culture in itself, it's full. It's all about ancestral veneration. They use divination. They use all kind of. The
Yeah.
issue doesn't
Jesus is
come
the
with
ancestor.
using right,
Yeah.
right. The issue doesn't come, and this is where we like our the problem that we have with the Abrahamic phase is that they don't have a like really a literal problem with African culture because you see African culture all throughout the Bible.
all
The
throughout.
issue is when you practice is when we do ours to our own ancestors, and that's a sin. The sin is that you don't do it to their ancestors. See, we believe we have our own ancestral realm, but when you accept the Bible, now you believe that your ancestors go into Abraham's bosom as opposed to whoever it was in West Africa or whoever it was over here. So it's the same concept. The issue doesn't come with what you're practicing. He has an issue with how you practice. The same thing with the sacrifice. It
Mm.
isn't what you sacrifice, but how you sacrifice
And what
and to
too?
who.
Yeah.
Even on the surface level, when you playing musical religions, if just on the surface level, like if you take the Orishas, Yemen Yah, and what is it, Oshun, Ogun, that still sounds more like me than Mike, Mary, Jeff, John, Apostle John, just on a surface level.
It does, but
That
Lucius. You know what I'm saying?
but
Peter,
Like,
Paul, that don't sound like me at all.
I'll say this though, it does, but at the same time, I think where the sister is right is that, and this is the point. I think on the last show I was referring to the pantheon. People like Nat Turner being seen as the god of
of war for us here. You know what I mean? And Harriet Tubman having taken more so on the embodiment of Lex, but for us here. Because those, like, at the same time, though we want to go back into our natural African state, we have become our own tribe, and we do have important history and contributions here that we don't need to let go of. So it's more so about African, it's Africanizing or making our own spirituality here more aboriginal in culture, but at the same time our own.
And to add to that, it's like when you look at it, we didn't even have a problem with other gods as indigenous people, whether you want to be African or what. Actually, often we adopted it. See, that's the problem. Because in Hoodoo, the Bible was used alongside the other, even in Voodoo, in Haitian Voodoo, the Catholic saints were added to the pantheons. See, that's the problem with Abrahamic religions. There's no room to move nothing, to grow nothing, to adapt to the current situation. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's why when I study Haitian Voodoo, I realized, because they created a deity because they were having mixed babies. You know what I'm saying? Because they was intermingling with the invaders. So there are a lot of so-called mulatto children. There's a deity for that deals with that. Because in spirituality, for every physical thing that happens, there's a spiritual counterpart. So you have the ability to adapt and adjust just like a scientist. You see what I'm saying? So it's not even like we didn't throw away Christianity. Hoodoo and Voodoo implemented. Same thing happened in Egypt. A lot of the gods you see in Egypt don't come from Egypt. In Islam, if you go to Africa, people that practice Islam, they practice it alongside their traditional religion still. You see what I'm saying? So I believe that's a big difference. We're not stuck on one God or one way. We have the ability to be scientists with our psychology and spirituality, just like Blue talked about Harriet Tubman. We need to deify our own ancestors and not
And
other
I think,
people.
Can I make a statement too? I want to actually address something before we get too deep down this other subject and we get too far from it, because the high priestess she questioned the term religion. Why I use, me being a priest myself, I'm actually initiated into Lukumi as a priest of Oya. I'm crowned. So the term religion comes from both Old and French Anglo, means respect for sense of right, moral obligation, sanctity, what is sacred to reverence for the gods. And when you and another thing is that when you do like religion, okay, because people get so stuck on the word religion, right? If you do something religiously, you can be relied to do it on a regular basis, right? So if you never forget to floss your teeth at night, no matter how tired you are, you can say you floss religiously, right? So these, even though it's a way of life, it's also what I believe is a religion, because with that way of life, there is like I said, a structure to it and how people do things and how they reverence and things like that. Because if you are a practitioner of Ifa and you get deep into it, you're gonna have things that you do on a regular basis to give reverence to these things, to your ancestors. You're gonna probably erect an altar to your ancestors, put the water on it, put the things like that, pray to the ancestors, talk to them. They're gonna talk back to you. You're gonna hear their voices, all that stuff like that. So that's a religious thing that you do every day. If I get up and go to the bathroom every morning, I do that religiously. So I think that when people get confused when they say religion, because they only think about in the context of Christianity or other formats, but religion is pretty much anything that you do on a regular basis, regular.
Yeah, technically. But
And
what's the
then,
word? What's the
and
word for religion in Ifa? It doesn't exist. But I see what you're saying, and that's true. But you got to understand,
We
we
speak
think
English,
through
so
I
we
think
think through language. So sometimes it gets semantical, but we think through language. So that's why people moved away from the word. But what you're saying is true. I mean, it's called ritual. What you do over and over is a ritual, which becomes, religious. But the connotation of the word in English is a little different. But the way you break it down, but the connotation is a little different when you use the word. You know what I mean? Just like there's no word for God in indigenous language. You know what I'm saying? Like that. But that's getting into semantics, and that's a conversation that can go in a whole rabbit hole.
Yeah, but I think too that we fail to realize, if you want to call it. I'm so glad I unplugged myself from all of that. Right, I'm unplugged. Right, I I don't subscribe to any. Right, because what I realize is, if you subscribe to it, not God, not your belief in God. So don't confuse the both. Now you have to subscribe to all of the history that goes with it, and that will be including Christianity. You now have to subscribe to how it was created, and if you're a black person, what Christianity did to your black people, and how they hung us and killed us in the name of Jesus. Like, it does make a difference who gave you the medicine. It makes a big difference.
And
Right.
in my case, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Right. It does make a big difference. But when you go to the history of Christian, that's not a pretty history, especially for us black folks. Because if you believe that when they brought us over here on that boat, the boat name was Jesus, right? These are the same people who held the Bible, and these Christian people, as they was killing us, murdering us, hanging us. So then you have to subscribe to all of that too. Whatever religion, it has a beginning origin.
Mm-hmm.
So now you will have to subscribe to everything that comes with it. So that's why I said I unplug. I want to go straight to the source. I want to just me and the source, and let me start. That's why I really believe in the individualism, right? And then if all of us individually do things, because none of us is really talking about the message. We want to fight over scripture all day, but that's not the message. Nobody fights over the real message. And Jesus Christ himself was not a Christian. And these people say, as Christianity, they follow Jesus Christ, but they don't do none of his messages. So
They
I
follow
just
Christian.
right. So we
Right.
gotta really, if people really start researching Christianity, it's not gonna be a good look.
Man, the Crusades alone will have you ashamed to be
Right.
calling yourself a Christian.
Right. So I mean, that's why it's always good to hear different perspectives. Like me, I don't subscribe to, I pull the plug from all of that. I just want the source, right? I just go straight to the source. And and like how we're building now, we're building.
I think if you look within the teachings, the oppression is all over the place, especially the oppression of women. Like
Yeah.
I think religion, people, God, people never want to say goddess. If there's a heavenly father, there has to be a heavenly mother, but people don't want to go that route. And
Yo, you know
also,
what?
I mean, in Christianity, they don't even want to give women the credit for what she does. We see people come out of out of women every day. Everybody that's delivered was delivered from a woman, but in the Bible, how did woman come into existence? From the rib of a man. This is ridiculous. In this hatred of women, I think.
That's why
Yeah.
stimulus create. Yo, it's so crazy that people talk these things, right? And so stimia, I think people was really offended because it was a female, and that's what's crazy. People don't realize that in their religions. The Catholic Church
Yeah.
got it more right than anyone. At least they put Mary up there, right? But like, it's funny that women. Now, this is the biggest thing. The Abrahamic religions, there's no doubt about it. No matter how they try to cut it or what they say, women are second class citizens in heaven. Period. When
Yep.
you look at the laws in the Bible, it says, "Do not covet another man's wife." It doesn't say anything about coveting another woman's husband. I guess that's
Right.
okay. And then it mentions women along with the property. Don't covet your neighbor's ass, your neighbor's money, or his wife. She is mentioned right along with the animals and possessions.
Like property.
Yep.
So that's
It's
because
all there.
the culture that comes from, you can see it still over there in the Middle East and the Levant.
And
They
people will
don't
psycho.
have no female deity. The angels are all men. Everybody in heaven, the 144,000 chosen are all men.
Oh,
There's not
And
one,
people,
name me a female angel. They even turned the Holy Spirit into a man. You got
yep.
3 men ruling in heaven.
Wait,
Yep.
no, the Holy Spirit is actually a woman. No, I don't know where you got that. I don't know where you heard
But
that.
people don't say that.
not
They
in
say Father.
Christianity.
They say
Nah, that
they
in
say
the Old
they say
Testament
Father,
it is.
Son, and Holy Ghost. They
No, the
Hold
Holy
on.
Ghost
they
is a woman. Is a
No, the
female.
yeah, but
No,
holy. Hold
that
on.
ain't my understanding. That ain't.
he said they changed
Hold
it
on.
into
They
a man.
changed it into the New Testament. When
Right,
you
they
in
changed
Right.
Proverbs, the she it's referred to as she or the feminine principle. But when you get into the New Testament, the Father and the Holy Spirit is the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
The
And the
Father
Son.
is a Holy Spirit because remember, you worship him in spirit and truth. So there is no physical Father. It's only a spirit, a Holy Spirit. So they
But they
switch
still,
it.
either way, they phase the woman out because they don't put mother. They say Father, Son.
Right.
They don't say daughter. They don't say mother. They don't say daughter. Either way, the woman is still cut out.
Even when you
So
go back to the original, when you go into the 3 stages of Yahweh, from what is it, El Shaddai, El Olam, and I forgot the last one. Is it El Elyon? But you could see where they basically they removed the wife. At one point in time, El had a wife that was attached, and they took that away.
Yeah,
You know
that's
what?
why I say
I'm gonna say this. Maybe I read the Bible wrong, but I think the whole Bible was about Parthenogenesis. I don't believe it's about. I believe that it was about Parthenogenesis and the woman's ability to procreate on her own.
that's.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you see all that.
get into it.
That ain't what I've been hearing all
Y'all
my
talk
life.
about
That ain't
here's
what.
the thing. Hold on, here's the thing about that, right? People talk about cults and it's like Malachi. They listen, that feminine stuff, all those cults was surrounded around that. The Nuwabis used to teach that the women were on the planet first, and the X chromosome, Y chromosome was a broken off X, and men are just broken off. Whenever you see, that's why I tell women when you
Watch
hear
out,
that,
Pencilla.
when you hear Peace Queen, Mother Goddess, run. All that is the sign of some crazy stuff. They're messing up the
Pencilla's
balance.
in the house.
I don't believe in the Bible. I'm just saying that's what when I
know.
read it, that's what I hear.
They're messing up the balance of life, yo, with all of that. Whether it be
Yeah.
on the male side or the female, nobody's producing a baby without a man and a woman.
Well, the
It's
only
just
way
not-
that would be
Exactly.
true is the Bible said that Mary had sex with John and then they had a baby. Now, having
It
sex
would
with
be
like some
it
being
would,
or like some spirit, and then you have a baby by
not
yourself,
John, wasn't his name.
or Joseph, or wherever she was.
Joseph, thank you
That
kindly.
would be the only way it would not be about Parthenogenesis. Like, how did she just have a baby by herself? And God
Well,
made it.
that's
Well,
because if
technically,
God
she
is all
did.
powerful, he can do whatever he wants to do. Just like a Quran says, he says, "Kum fire kum, be and it is." So that just settles that though, because if God is all powerful, yeah, he can impregnate a woman
Right,
just
he
like
could make
snapping his finger.
Parthenogenesis happen.
So,
What would be the
but
scientific way that would happen? It would have to be because there would have to be a
You ain't no
scientific,
that's called the
biological
power.
process.
Or she can do that.
That's called the power of the
There
Holy
could be a
Spirit. But
biological process in order for that to happen. So what really are we talking about? Okay, so God, but
But
then what
she
happened in
didn't
that
do.
one?
But she
There
didn't do
wasn't
it
no
by
sperm.
herself, though. She didn't do it by
Okay,
herself.
so guess what? There's plants that do it by themselves, but God makes the plant be able to like create. So my thing is that
We ain't a
in this
plant.
sense we say, oh, it's God, but then when the plants do it, what are they? It's just a
But
natural.
we're not a plant.
We're not
biological.
plants.
women
Right, but
cannot
we
produce
are,
children
but we
without
are.
men unless they get artificially inseminated.
But what I'm saying is that you're to believe that a human being created biologically went through the whole process without sperm is Parthenogenesis. That's what that name is. That's what that's called.
Yeah, that's
Whether
the
you
name,
say it's
but
from God or whatever. Well, God does the same thing with other organisms on this earth, and we don't say that we don't say that's God. But then when it comes
Because
when
we
he
see an example of
Well,
it
that's
happen.
all
Show the
God,
example of a woman having a child without a man, then we
but
can bear witness to it.
but y'all can understand that that's where that Greek, and it's funny, as much as they call people
Exactly.
heathen,
We know
that's
it's
the influence. That was Greek, like that Parthenogen, the Virgin Queen. You know what I'm saying? And all that type of
nothing is
stuff.
for me has all of these discrepancies in it. I'm gonna break the chains. I like most people, I can live without the Bible. I'm at the point where I don't need it. It's not the most important book in the world. These are not the most important stories. It has more discrepancies than it has truth. I can take it and discuss it along with y'all, or I can flush it down the toilet. That's the strength I got. I want everybody to get on my level. Please join me up here. So much clearer up here. I'm just saying that and I'm gonna be done.
The only way to break the fear of God that the religions to put on is to burn it.
Yeah,
That's like
exactly.
people bugged out.
When
Listen,
polite shot the Bible up.
no, when I burnt the Bible live on air before, and everyone was calling me the devil and all that. And I'm gonna tell you, I had a fear. I was waiting for lightning to strike me. I was waiting for all of this and that, and that's how I
For real.
broke. That's how I broke. I broke the fear of that. When you read the Bible, it's not based on love. It's based. The worship of God is based on fear. Fear the
Fear.
Lord. The Lord is going to punish you and this and that. But in the New Testament, it tells you that God is all love and all this. But so, I mean, do you fear something that's pure love? No. So that is a way of control. It's fear. So when we talk to people, you got to understand that a Christian is in fear of God. Like they think if I give up this, I'm going to hell. God is going to punish me. So we have to re-characterize God's personality and say, no, this, what kind of being, even as a parent, you would not burn your child's hand to discipline him. What kind of being will send you to burn forever and torture you? That's the devil.
Exactly. Why would you create and about the chosen people? Why would you create some people only to not choose them? I created you just to not choose you. It doesn't make any sense at all. But you can defeat it by adding the goddess to it. That helps defeat a lot of it. I don't I don't believe in a God without goddess. I believe when it comes to creation, especially with us Homo sapiens or whatever you want to call us, it's male and female.
Right.
Let
Because
me
all
And
let
just
gods
me
and
like the
ask
goddesses
Lex
forces
are
in the
something.
created.
universe.
All
Lex,
gods and goddesses are created. What's up, sis?
Lex, do you feel women are equal to you,
Equal in existence? Yes.
equal to a man?
Equal in function and purpose? No.
No, we do know. I mean, that could be for everybody. I'm just saying, as far as existence, do you feel
Yeah.
we are equal?
Yes.
So you don't believe in hierarchy, or do you believe in hierarchy?
I mean, there's hierarchy depending on what it is. Like for instance, like for the women who say equality and all that, well, if we're equal, then why if I beat your ass I go to jail? So obviously we're not equal like that, because there's a clear difference in physical, you know what I'm saying, what we can do physically, what we're designed to do. I'm not equal in breeding children. I can't, you know what I'm saying? So there is no equality in the sense of function, but in terms of am I a higher being than you? No.
Okay.
In this manifestation, do we have differences like that are unequal? Yes, we're not equal in strength. We're not equal in terms of way we're designed to handle stresses and stuff like that. You know what
So
I'm saying?
how are the women, and maybe High Priestess could answer that? How are the women treated in the dark,
We
in
fight with
your?
Akasha's feminine ass all the time.
Now I'm saying, how are the women treated who joins you guys?
I mean, they're treated just like everyone else.
I have
So
my own mind and I have my own say. And I mean, just like you said, there are different things that, we argue about. And we have our, our different ideas on doctrines and everything. But I mean, as a community, we come together, we, hash it out, and we love each other in the end. But, if you're asking as a woman if I'm subservient to,
mhm.
to any of them, no, because they know that my mind is just as good as theirs. And in some instances, they're going to come to me first because they know that my mind is superior, the same way that I would come to them. If they have more knowledge than I, or I have more knowledge than they, I mean, you
Yeah.
know, at the end of the day, it's not about man or woman. It's about who has the better knowledge. And if
Right.
we can sit down and we can talk it out, it's none of that in, you know, in our community.
Thank you, my sister.
First of all, can we just acknowledge that this young lady said that she is an engineer? We do not see very many women in the role of engineer, especially women of color. So I just want
Oh
to
yeah,
show the
yeah.
respect for that.
Shouts out. I'm a software engineer too, so shouts out.
Shout out to both of y'all.
That's
Shouts
cool.
Yeah.
out, Priestess. We need to I'm not sure what kind of engineer you are, but if you're a software engineer, we need to talk.
That's the kind of
I
shows
would
we
like
want to
to
do in
say
the future,
something.
you know.
I would like to say that I am glad that we can have an intelligent conversation and the young man can articulate what he's trying to convey to us. I do appreciate that.
Peace.
Oh, no problem. Yeah. This
Did
whole
Lakeisha just come in? Like, would you? Is that
Mm-mm.
something?
No,
She
she's been here.
was
She's been
speaking
here.
earlier.
I've been here, but I'm busy doing something, taking care of some business.
Oh,
So
okay.
I'm listening to everything, but I'm just staying quiet because I don't want the background noise to disturb the panel.
Okay. Yeah. I think that conversation becomes important because we got so many poisonous people out here with this whole gender war. It's stupid. It's stupid.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. Everyone knows. Like, I mean, because here's the truth, right? Regardless of, like, if you love someone, right, you're not gonna be imposing those things anyway. Like, you're not gonna be like, I'm a man, so like, and vice versa. You know what I'm saying? And a man that loves a woman, even though, you know we can beat you up, he's gonna yield to you when he know it's time. Like, sometimes when I have a crazy dream, I call Aasha because I know she's into that shit. Like, yo, what is this? Does this mean something? You know what I'm saying? Because that's not my field. Like, you know what I'm saying? And like, that's why we call it a high priestess and shit. Like when I spiritual matters and shit, I might text her and be like, yo, I just had this dream about this fucking big green monster. Does this mean something? You know what I'm saying? So, and I think in a relationship, we don't have to even worry about who's in control. See, that's for people who don't love each other. Because when you love someone, you're not trying to control each other anyway. You just work together. Like, it's just foolishness, yo. It's
And this
foolishness.
world is trying to push you in one side or the other. Just like women are taking over rap
Right.
now, blah blah blah. They always, they always trying to trigger us with that
Shout out to
nonsense.
Danica in the chat. She's probably like, I be telling her
Yes.
she's pseudo, like, because Danica's into the numbers and this stuff. And I mess with that stuff, but you know what I'm saying, I kind of came out of it and I play with, but she's into all that numerology, astrology, and all that shit. And I be telling her all the time, like, you're pseudo. And she tell me, oh, you just scared.
I'm a little pseudo then.
I can't stand that pseudo.
I'm a little pseudo then. But so you guys do not believe in the patriarchal system. Y'all believe in just
No,
us
I believe
as
in
a people together.
I'm definitely on some the black community is way too big mamaed out. And I do believe that when it comes to leadership and control, men need to be doing that. In the world, it's a way of protection. Like, I think women we can't expect women to war with other men of the world and lead us. That's crazy. That I don't think that happens nowhere in humanity. And when I say lead us, I'm not talking about if you're skilled, like if you're a software engineer, you could be the manager of the software engineering department. But I'm talking about community. Like, men need to be leaders in their community. I'm on that, definitely. And I think that's the way it just is.
What would be some of the examples of y'all leading us in the community that a woman could not do?
Well, this is what I know, right? When it comes to dealing with the stresses of the world, right? It's not that you can't do it. Like, I just read this book that blew my mind about the woman's cycle. I forgot the name of the book. It's called
Well, I can tell you, we can tell you about the cycle. Give us a
yeah, I'm
you
sure
can
you
just go
can, but
right
I
ahead.
don't even, some women don't even know, I think.
Mhm.
Because I know that women now, I didn't know that, I just thought the cycle was just bleeding, but
Mm-mm.
I realized the cycle deals with emotions. It deals with, like, there's a certain time of the month, and y'all can correct me, and I don't even know if y'all know that a woman is more loving, caring, and creative during a
Yes.
certain time of the month. There's a
Yes,
time
supposed
when
to
a woman
encourage.
cannot, is doesn't handle stress well and doesn't want to be bothered. And it's not just bleeding and all that. So what I'm saying is, as we
But
engage in
there's
the
also a time when some of the menstrual cycles will make us more stronger because
that's what I just said.
depending on the woman, we will be able to go we can go to battle a little bit harder. Depends on the woman and their cycles because everybody's cycle is different. But go ahead, baby.
So when you talk about dealing with the world, like the stresses of the world and building stuff and protecting the community, you can't have women on the front line of that when they have to bear the nation and children. And so we're designed biologically to deal with stress differently.
Mm-hmm.
And so a woman stressed is a child stressed.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
A woman stressed is a family stressed.
Yes.
It's just the way that, like, men are more built to deal with those type of things biologically. It's just biological. It ain't got nothing to do with, being against male or female. We're just designed to do
Well, we
things.
don't want to go to war. We prefer
Right. So right now,
for y'all to do that. Believe me, I'm just asking questions.
I know. I'm saying, so when you look at the community like now, and then we have failed as men too, because of, we can get into all the excuses why, but because we've been so big mamaed out, that's why all these men are in our community. You got people gang banging and all this. They're not men. If you was gang banging, you be shooting up these damn Arab stores that's in there taking advantage of women and providing them with resources and wondering why they don't got no respect for you. That's men's job.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? Like, so, and we can't expect our women to do that. And a lot of people we put, so we, a lot of people talk about grandma, and grandma had to be strong and hell, but she wasn't supposed to. She did it, and black women are strong, but they're not supposed to. It leads to dysfunction. It leads to fibroids. It leads to disease. It leads to cancer because they're taking on stresses that is not meant to be. That's why it's natural for a man in his natural state to try to create an environment where a woman can be free and give birth to his children without stress. She's not designed to do all that. Not that she can't. You got the homie queens out here that was busting ass, but some of them had to cut their breast off to do that. So that's all I'm saying. That leadership and taking on the bigger burdens of life is a man's burden, in my opinion. Not that women can't do it, but I don't think they're supposed to have to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Men have cycles too. I'm sorry. I just showed that. I'm sorry.
But you could have read it.
Let me just say that too.
They're
different, but they're not even regulated. So,
or make sure. Make sure you don't get rid of that. Because
Hey, I ain't
if
gonna
we don't
lie,
go
that
over
was
it
deep.
now, we can go over it
They
later.
different.
and let me tell you one more thing.
Mm.
Like, the reason why I don't like saying it's pseudo false, right, is because when people talk about science can change, because every day they're finding that, one hypothesis is not even what it was, and then they find out, it's something else. So to call things pseudo, I think is like, I don't really like that, because I think that it's I think that people just use that to like dismiss something and say it's false. Oh no, that's false. That's pseudo. That's fake science. And
Yeah.
science itself changes over time. You know what I'm saying? And new, even math changes. So anything that changes on a regular basis or whatever cannot. everything could be considered pseudo. I don't really like that word pseudo.
Yeah, me either. I use it to just to tease like Kasha and Danica and sometime and then, but I'm pseudo. I'm pseudo as
And
hell.
then
in some things.
you could tease me through that.
I'm
I'm a little pseudo here.
we're gonna talk about the male cycle right quick because I can't stand when people try to
The male
like
cycle
men,
changes like every
I think
15 minutes. You know? I
men
tell
have
I,
a little period too when they be tripping. So come on.
I tell us testosterone levels change like every 15
Mhm.
minutes. So it's like it's different. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
But
ours is like we get ours on a monthly basis. Y'all, boom, boom.
No,
boom.
the release of the egg is once a month. The cycle itself is a whole different thing.
yeah, that's what I discussed. That's what I was saying.
Right.
I learned, and I actually
28
learned
day
like
cycle. Right.
Like if you study your woman's cycle, you will get a lot more done. You just wait for
Yeah,
that.
I try to tell men that. Say that again.
Yeah, and that's what I'm talking. That's what I'm talking about in terms of now. I wasn't aware of that until like 30 days ago. Like I read this
That's
book. I wish I
that's
could remember the name of
that's
the
just
book.
like when we in the phrase, right, of child when we that egg want that sperm to come up in there. It's a certain smell women have, right, that draws you right to us, right? That's why a lot of women stay pregnant, right? It's a certain hormone that
Pheromone.
lets off when she in that lethal stage, where that's how you know, oh Lord. And then a lot of men, I don't, it's like the best perfume ever. It's not a smell to it, but it's something that leads you to that woman when she's ready to have that baby. That's another cycle. That's when, I don't know, when
That's
that
like
cycle,
7 days before the
right,
thing, right?
that like whatever y'all was going through, even if y'all was mad, you're not gonna be mad no more when you smell that. But there she go pregnant again, right? There she go pregnant again, right?
And as y'all can
Somebody
see,
got some,
y'all
somebody got
probably
some background noise like they at the grocery store or something like that. Could you cut your mic off?
Somebody gonna have to mute up.
But listen, yes, men have hormonal cycles, but they are less studied and less dramatic than women's cycles. Men's cycles are controlled by testosterone production, which fluctuates throughout the day and from day to day. Testosterone levels are typically highest in the morning around 8 a.m., lowest between 7 and 9
Hence the
p.m. in the
hard
evening.
on.
These fluctuations can affect mood, attitude, and behavior. Some say that these hormones changes can cause symptoms similar to premenstrual syndrome, such as depression, fatigue, mood, and
A
mood swings.
woman wrote that part anyway, but anyway.
That was actually AI.
No, but actually it's true.
When they praise Stimia, praise the goddess Stimia AI.
That's right.
No, because
Okay.
sometimes you do hear a woman say to men, "Oh my goodness, you on your period, right? Or you got PMS." So women didn't write that. Y'all just don't see that. We see the similarities.
Yeah, it's true. It's different, but it's true. Like I said, our testosterone levels fluctuate a lot, but it's different. Where a woman has a kind of a set cycle, a man is like fluctuating throughout the whole day. So it's
Right. They can kill you 1 minute, and then the next minute they be cool, and then be your best friend.
So can we, right?
But a woman's cycle, like for like, will go for like she's in this state for like 3 days or something. You know what I mean? Like the harmonious.
Well, versus every day, up and down throughout the whole day.
Well, when you trying to make it a competition, whether whose cycles like
we could run the community because we get our period. You like, they can't do it. They get mad and get on a PMS cycle and can't run the country or nothing like that.
But I think though, even I don't think that even with what's stated though is it makes it different from a matriarch, because for me, whenever we talk about usually matriarch and patriarchal, you usually are talking about the family structure. And so to me, dealing with, I think anything dealing with as far as the family structure, I think that's something that's on the woman.
Come to big mama,
That's something that she controls. I think the things outside of that, or the environment that's provided for her to be able to make a comfortable and conscious decision, I think that's under our control. But I think the things that as far as in the house, like and I mean, just in general, how it looks, because a lot of people might think, just even something as far as polygamy, a lot of people would think that's a patriarchal uh, uh, introduction into the family structure. But actually, when you look at it in a lot of other places, it's really a matriarchal
Yeah.
structure in which they feel like, which women decided that every woman deserved the right to not only be married, but also have a child. And so
Yeah,
a
this
lot
is
of,
our man. Not
right,
the other way around type stuff. Yeah. So
right. So in a lot of ways, that's why I always say, I think that's up not just the society to decide, but the in general what the family structure looks like. I don't think that's something yeah, I mean, no different than what Pac said. That's something that the women decide what's best and what best protects them. I
the
don't think
king lets
anybody
the
could
queen
tell.
rule because he loves
Right,
her. That's
right.
all. I mean, he has to. It's just like, okay, like whenever you see a real family, the man is like, yo, go talk mama. This like, yeah, like you let your woman run the house.
Yeah,
But you
but
know, at the end of the
you ain't
day,
going to go get her though to answer the door. You know what I'm
right?
saying?
You know what I'm saying?
Like,
That's what I'm talking about. Like when people make it a competition. Like when you love your woman, you let her have control sometimes. Not, I ain't gonna say let, like, but it's like you're not fighting it. It's like who's gonna try to dominate in the house and dominate your child, like the child in front of the child. You're not gonna be trying to like dominate the mother. You want them to see their mother in the highest light. Like, yeah, this is mama's house. Like, you know what I'm saying? So that's what I mean. It's just a lot of things are not just based on love. I think, you know what I'm saying? It's based on materialism, financial, and all that's a part of it. But like when you if you care for someone, you're not trying to dominate and control them. That's just the bottom line. So it's just gonna balance out naturally. You know what I'm saying? Like, and as a men, I think that when I write state, we just want the woman to be happy. When you want to do something, where you want to go, what do you want? And we just know that's for some reason that's just the nature of women. They like to be given what they want, and men, when they got it, they like to give them what they want. You don't want. There's no need to fight.
Yeah.
But when it comes down to it, at the end of the day, we as men know when we really want to put our foot down, we can get into that masculine ego shit and be like, nah, like, okay, you know what I'm saying? So, but you don't have to be overbearing with that. Only when it's
Mhm.
called for. You know what I'm
Re-
saying?
I
religion
mean,
pushes that
that
male
is true.
domination stuff.
I believe that is true because just like having a child, you're dominant over them, but you let them be kids until it's time to put your foot down, right? Even though we know, yeah, I got it, because the same thing will go for mother and child.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but to an extent, but I don't want to also put it in the mindset though of we have a child and a parent and a child relationship though at the same time, because a lot of it is just respect. Even amongst men, just because I can beat your ass don't mean I should. Just
Right.
because, you know what I mean, just because of how you know what I mean, you came across, it still should be another way of being able to settle it, instead of always, because it's a lack of intelligence when the only way that you can show your power or your strength is through the physical.
I don't think we was talking about the physical, but I get what you're saying.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think that the only thing that kind of like could be like the danger of all of this, when it comes down to this whole male and female thing, is that too much on the left side is crazy. You get a Kevin Samuels. Too much on the right side, you get like a Priscilla Clark. And she damn near turned into a Kevin Samuels or damn self. So it's like really, it comes full circle. It's really crazy how that works.
She's worse than
Yeah, I
Kevin.
think both sides end up. I think that's another conversation on a form of population control.
And that's why we need the balance of the feminine and the masculine.
Yeah, that's like the obvious. That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't have electricity without a positive and negative charge. I mean, it's just basic laws of nature. No one is dominating, they dominate in whatever area it is. It's not like one is better or dominant. Like, you know what I'm saying? I may be able to lift more weights, but like it's like it's a biological fact that men have a problem multitasking. That's why women are better managers. That's why women got a baby on this hand. She's cooking with the left, talking on the phone, talking shit to her friends, watching the goddamn. I can't do that shit for real. Like when I'm driving, motherfucker talk, I'll end up crashing or some shit. Like I multitasking is so, I mean, we can do it, but women are definitely, it's been proven, better at multitasking. That's why you look at any corporation, they might be a CEO. They got some woman is managing the corporation somewhere behind the scenes. You know what I mean?
And men can worship women too. We can actually worship them. I know that's
Yeah.
not popular. I do it, so I know we can do it.
I just like to say thank you for everybody for coming in. Thank you for all your input. But if you haven't hit that like, hit that like. If you have not subscribed, please subscribe to both channels. And as we're dropping the links to my brother Lex here channel, please make sure if you like this conversation and you would like to see more of what he has to talk about, click on his link. And
Yeah, we
you
all over there. And my other, I'm rebuilding. So yeah, subscribe. My other channel got shut down because I made some comments about some small hats. So we rebuilding it back up. So I appreciate it. And we all be over there, and you can Blue too, investing out the Blue, subscribe to him.
So
yeah.
Okay, so now that we've gotten down to the nitty-gritty of what the dark side really is, which it sounds like it's a pretty awesome think tank of ideas and a community of people that come together to share their ideas on various topics, religion, technology, this, that, and the other, and they come out of it with more understanding. It's like a group of people that have like minds. What is the what's the next steps for the dark side? Where is it going?
Ultimately, I've learned my lesson from talking about big dreams and stuff like that, but we'll see. I mean, I have my own personal aspirations, you know what I mean, as black people, you know what I'm saying? And I'm more of a humanist today, but I'm definitely about my people. Ultimately, we failed in unity in government. And the ultimate, goal for me is for black people in this hemisphere to be able to govern themselves. That's a big, lofty dream. And I don't think people, because we've never had the opportunity, we don't even know what freedom is. That's why we really don't lust it like we should. You know what I mean? To really be in control of your own destiny. See, we can talk about what we need to do, and we can buy black and it's African spirituality and religion and all of that. But true freedom can never be experienced without governance. Until you can make your own laws, till you can educate your children the way you choose to, until when black women can be free and know that they can wear their dreadlocks at the job, until we able to control and to control the image of beauty, what comes out in the magazines, until we have control over the television stations, the radios. But I don't think we've even conceived that level of freedom. And to me, that is the only true freedom. We don't know what freedom is. We still don't know. We never had us over here. When we talk about Africans, they still under somewhat European colonization, but these people have their own country. They have their own lands. They don't know exactly what to do with it all the time. But I want to know what it looks like if black people have their own land and freedom. And eventually, as the knowledge grows and people come together and really learn how to, do economic and resources, we will start to seek that out. Ultimately, I think that because when you ask and this is what I always do, when you hear people talking all this blackity black shit, ask them one question, and I guarantee you will get nothing but confusion and no answer. Just ask them, what's the end goal? What's the end goal?
And also, I want to also ask Blue, because you guys are both like the spokespeople for this group. Like, what is your thoughts on like what the direction is?
Yeah, just a simple independent black state. That's simple. An independent state. Just a,
Blackistan.
yeah. What for us specifically, you know, and like I said, we can't have a nation within a nation. You know what I'm saying? I disagree. We agreed to disagree on that one. I think last time, but and I think to me, in a lot of ways, I think the only reason why we even view it through that standpoint is because we don't believe in ourselves enough to be or trust ourselves
Honey,
enough to
your mic is
govern.
real low. Bring your mic back up again. Back to it,
Uh-oh.
closer to it again.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's either we don't trust ourselves to be able to govern, or it's just uh, we don't really, believe that we can. But
Yeah.
so
It's
How
I
can
not
I
think
even
say
we
it
about
we
like it
we
is?
settle for for just what we deem as being sovereign, or just having our own little space here and this and this and that. But the goal is a actual independent state.
we are a
Uh,
unique group of people. We have become a unique tribe of Africans or what aboriginals, however people want to call it. But us, we have a unique ethnogenesis. Yes, we have African ancestry, but we are definitely a unique tribe on this planet
Mhm,
right now that people call
mhm.
African Americans.
Called
And
the
Yep.
we need
hybrids. Are we called the hybrids?
No, we ain't no daggone hybrid.
No, we
Ain't
are
no,
amalgamation of a lot of different African people. We have other things mixed in. We culturally have become something
mhm,
different. Our experience is unique on the earth. We are a people unto ourselves in terms of if we was to talk about a tribe, we would be a
mhm,
unique tribe. And we
mhm,
have never been given the opportunity to govern ourselves.
And
mhm,
and what's crazy is the
uh,
questions that we ask, right? Because a lot of the questions we ask is about things that we've created in the first place to shape the world that we live in now. Like we act,
and
we ask how can we do things that we've already done. That's like the craziest part. Like we've done it
I think
already.
I think
Everything.
I think we ain't gonna do any of it. The end goal is with the beginning goal. The end goal for me, I look forward to the day when we stop being anti-black. I don't even know if it's possible because I think that's why we don't have our own free state or any of that stuff. Y'all,
But
the dark side addresses the hatred of melanin, which is what we have. I think black people, the thing that makes us different from all the other people on the earth is we are actually, and I know this ain't popular, and I know people ain't going to agree with it, but it's going to bear itself out every time that we are actually anti what we are. We are anti-black. The Mexicans
That's a
may be a
fact.
lot of things. The Mexicans may be a lot of things. The Chinese may be, they may have a lot of different ways that we think are funny. White people may have a different ways they're funny. One thing they are not, Mexicans are not anti-Mexican. Chinese are not anti-Chinese. White people ain't anti-white, but black people are anti-black. And
and
that's the number one problem why we ain't gonna do any of the stuff we supposed to be
but
doing.
see what you're saying is I agree, but you can't fix that without an independent state because the reason why we're anti-black is because we don't control the images. Imagine a place where the magazines are all images of black beauty. Imagine a place where, what I'm saying, all the movies that are made are controlled by us and we're able to present ourselves to the world in the greatest light. Imagine a world where the little children being born, all they know is a black president. All they know is black superheroes. See, you can't change that without control over your artistic devices. That's
I
why
absolutely
when,
agree.
that's why when we talk about when people don't understand. People really said that I sounded stupid and called us crazy. Everything we want to fix, you can only fix with your own government because as long as somebody else is in control of that, the images that they produce are not going to be you. Like You know what I'm saying? When you go, people tell me, I just got a person who came back from Ghana. You fly into Ghana, there's a goddamn white Jesus picture in Ghana.
Yep. And they still, even their courts, they're still wearing the blonde wigs.
Yeah. See what I'm
Well,
saying?
that's what I say. It's total domination. That's why I'm banging on the religion, the Bible, all of that stuff. I feel like until we can kick those crutches out from under us, we act like we can't do without it. That's why there's always going to be somebody gatekeeping for it. If you speak up on
their
it,
own land.
But the Pan-African community was the thing that we did have a Pan-African community that was based out of Washington, D.C., that I was very aware of and very a part of, that was instrumental in bridging the gap between Africa and America. And so maybe we need to revisit that Pan-African community.
But most of us don't want it. To tell you the truth, I think the way he said it, this is how I feel. Y'all can feel how y'all want to feel. We are a special breed, right? And we shouldn't have to, if they know our DNA, we share the same DNA, and they don't want us, we have to accept that. Why we gotta keep bridging the gap for people who say you are not us?
Well, the only way to fix that, I believe, is you can't even practice Pan-Africanism if you don't have a state. So you know how a lot of people say, well, the Africans don't want us. You don't have a state. You can't interact with Ghana as like, see, Jamaica or
even with a state. We don't want to.
Well, I don't know. We should work with our people, but once you have a base and I have a base, we can become allies. But how can we ally even with our brothers in the diaspora if we don't have our own state to interact with? If we can't say, yo, we're gonna trade bananas with you. If we can't say we're just a people, a stateless people talking about Pan-Africanism, and the Africans and other people looking like you, what do you have? I mean, we got, talent and resources being in America, but we can't operate in the world. Like, it's like you can't play poker without buying in. So in order to be on the table, you got to have a state to interact with the rest of the entities of the world. Black Americans, we're Americans. Everything united, no matter what we say, what America is doing across the world, we're doing too, as far as they're concerned. We're Americans. When America invades a country, there are niggas invading the country with them. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so you're paying taxes for bombs, but we don't have enough money to. So, and that is the problem. When you look at,
you can't resolve that problem without cultivating, sharing, and retaining the black dollar.
But
but we don't need a black dollar. We need black money. We need money with Martin Luther King's face on it.
We got into that conversation with the blue, right? So we said, okay, well, we're gonna do cryptocurrency. What is gonna be the
you can create a currency like everyone else. Do you know there's only 4 requisites to become an independent state? There's people creating them now. Right. All you need is a defined territory. You need at least 3,000 people, and you need 2 other states to acknowledge you as a state. And you need a constitution.
We don't want it. Black people don't want that. We too in love with the white.
And we don't even trust each other. We don't even trust each other.
That's why when you say what is the next step, that's why I always go back to we got to get the psychology right.
Then you need to ask God. God is a shield, because a lot of times
before we even
that's not necessarily true that we don't trust each other, because the ones of us who have the same mindset need to realize that everybody can't go. So if we start weeding out those of us that cannot go, and we start being with like-minded individuals, then the goals that we want to accomplish, we can accomplish.
The majority is going to be on that side that can't go, though. That's the problem. I mean, we say
that's fine, because everybody can't go.
Listen,
if you don't have your black mind in full cooperation with all the rest of our black minds, we don't need you. Harriet Tubman killed those that didn't realize that they were slaves.
Not everyone nobody has everybody on board. Like, that's what government is for. Like, the majority never controls. There's a minority that controls the tide of their people. All white people ain't on the same page. They have a government though that has laws that they have to follow, and they have a just certain understandings in the air. But like, they're not all together. They're not all on the same. Like, all white people are not on the same page as Joe Biden. They're not. Look at them. They're divided too. But they have a government that everyone has to follow. So the minority rules anyway. It's the smart people that actually control the tide of their nation. So the sheep are going to do wherever the tide goes anyway. It's just smart people just need to get the power, influence, and control to control the tide of their people. No one has all their people together like that. That's why you have
I didn't mean
government.
all the people, but
I don't know if it's based on smart and dumb, because some people are so smart they dumb. Like, people can be real smart but very anti-black. So it's got to be the ones who are dedicated
Well,
and
they're
want it.
dumb though.
Like you,
That's
like,
dumb.
but I want to say this, because exactly. But like you said though, we need to take over. We really need to. It sounds like we need to take our children out the public food system, get them from in front of the TVs, and start retraining the minds. But we have to be aggressive with that, and you know, having more of a say on what they see, what they hear, what they're exposed to. I mean, after you break it down, that's where it's going to start. It's going to start with the children, but it's going to take some dedicated adults who want to make that happen.
Yeah.
And I think that's
And
that's
because
where that's the
you got to
game
think,
changer.
we've seen it in real time when you look at how the first part of Ukraine being able to separate themselves from Russia. You first got to have the ideology that you are separate people, like that you are your own people, and that like, in order for you to even believe you deserve, to govern yourself. And part of the reason why we got to get what we got to get together is, are we Americans or are we not? Because we half-ass believe we Americans, but then it's hard to get it
Cause
together
I have
on us
no
being
problem with
our
the
own
whole
nation.
world. Yeah, I want to use all four quarters for all four corners of the earth. Like we say, white supremacy, that's worldwide. So race first has to be worldwide. I'm race first. I don't limit. There's too many black people in other places for me to say, they're not my people, and I'm cut all off, and I'm just American. That's one mistake. Cause like I said, we're anti-black. We really want to be close to these white folks, and we'll come up with every reason not to be black. We don't want to be by ourselves. We don't want our own independent stuff. Because if we wanted it, we'd be trying to have the vibranium and all of that. But we just don't want it. We're very
We
stubborn and
got to
we don't
become
want it.
Okay,
citizens.
so I want to just show this. Okay,
We think we good to go right now. The white man gonna accept us one day.
well, hold on. Let DJ show us.
Listen, 10 acres, $22,000, Arizona, right there. Boom. Right now, I've been looking at other stuff too and showing it, like as y'all been talking. But my thing is that, like, I mean, what are we talking about here? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's land for 7,000. You know what I'm saying? There's land for, there's. I mean, it's just a matter of just raising the money and going and doing it and doing it. It's not about just talking about it. Like, owner fi, you can either do owner financing, that $255 a month, 1.07 acres of Mojave. There's all these different things out here, like land. You know what I'm
But you
saying?
can't have a sovereign nation on this soil like that. But I seen you. This is we should definitely do that and build economically here. But when you're done, I like to share my screen.
You gotta start somewhere.
I know,
Are we
but can I
strong
show,
enough to? Okay, I'm
hold up?
sorry.
Can I
To
show
me,
you
listen,
something?
I'm sorry. I'm a Gemini, and ain't too much. I don't like to talk a lot about stuff. I like to eventually do something.
Right.
And to me, it's like, bro, if you can know that there's land sitting out here for $2,500, so I'm fixing to go and get some of this land. And
We should do all that.
there's stuff in Oklahoma. If you saying you can't build no thing, some of this land, if you actually look at the pH on the in the land, it's the same pH as North Carolina. It just need to be
Cultivated.
cultivated.
Well,
Yo,
hold on,
that's all.
DJ.
Right.
That's
let him put his picture up now so we can see.
yeah.
To me, I
This
don't like
is this
what
is.
I'm talking
Let me
about.
show you the idea that I've been showing people for years, and black people was calling me stupid. Like when we talk about a nation, this is I'm talking like this. This is a private island for sale. This is how you do it. Now this is $160 million, but there's all this type of stuff across the. There's one with 20,000 acres, stuff like that, and this is the big. You know what I'm saying? Just like you got islands like Jamaica and Haiti and all that. There's actually islands for sale, and not in America. You got islands off in Brazil, still in the Caribbean, that are private and that you can claim as your own off of American soil and declare yourself sovereign. This is the type of move I think we need to make, in my opinion. And I've been showing this for years, but this is lofty. And that's why I go back to the Tower of Babel thing. Like, I remember I was on No Butter's channel, and I showed this, and they were laughing at me. Oh, you sound stupid. How are we gonna do this? How are we gonna do that? Yeah, because of their self.
Yeah,
We got millionaires in our community, but we billionaires, like, you know, but we can't even.
So this is what I'm saying. But this is not a lot. We spend this in a week.
Islands.
You know what I'm saying? But this is the level I'm talking
Brother,
about.
I agree.
Where we could do this, and we can get people on here. We can go, and we would have our own land. We can create our own flag and own constitution. And not everyone has to move. Listen, every Chinese person don't live in China. Every Jewish person don't live in Israel. We need a home base. That's all it is. We don't need everybody, but we need a place to go. Like a person, an Italian can say, "I'm going back to Italy. I'm going." We need Blackistan, where you can go and relieve and say, "Yo, I'm going to Blackistan next month." That's all.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
But also,
Yeah.
but now when we talk about reparations, now we talk about it from a nation standpoint, as nation to nation, as opposed to as a citizen to the government. Because as a citizen, we end up paying our own reparations. Because if we look at the disadvantage and who pays the taxes, then that's us paying that still ends up being us paying for our own reparations, which ain't really reparations.
Right.
That's the hardest thing to really discuss is reparations, right? Because y'all remember the $5 Indian, right? We have mixed so much. Reparations are going to come is when we're mixed a little bit more, right? Because according to your DNA, if you got one drop of black blood in you, that will now make you black. So when it does come, it's going to benefit them.
Best believe it.
So we did all this mixing, not knowing that we was tainting with our reparations.
Yes, because we're so anti-black.
Right, because it's one drop. So even though somebody could look all the way right from here, but once they start taking, or just say, well, how do we know who was here, whatever, and all these people was in America, right? So when you got one drop, because it's not going to benefit us because it's going to go to the one droppers first, because technically they're still black.
Like, can I say this? Is that people keep saying, "Oh, you can't build a nation within a nation," but you can build a community within a nation, and then that community could be self-sustaining, and it could build up to the point where we end up having enough self-sustainability to be able to afford a place like that island. But if you don't start from zero,
that is true, because we're doing that now. That is true, because unfortunately we're doing that now. That's why even if you got the ghetto, we didn't create the ghetto, but this is how we're living. And across the street, you got this, so technically we are doing that already. So why not do it on
we need to do all of that. We need to build community. Of course, we've done that. Like Blue was saying, we've done that many times.
Do it on a larger scale.
Black Wall
But I like
Street,
the island thing.
we've done it. But so we don't have to discard any of the process. I mean, we got to prove we can build a community before we can build a whole damn nation anyway. You know what I'm saying? we can't skip
We can
steps,
pull a
but
full court
when we
press.
talking about, when I brought that up, I'm talking about end goal. Without an end goal, you have no direction. That's what I'm saying about all black. If you look at black movement, I told you, ask any of them. Go to the Nation of Islam, go to the Hebrew Israelites, go to any community and say, what's your end goal? And they all be talking about freedom. But what does that look like? The only end goal in nations is a nation. It's a free nation. Like there's like, what other end goal do you have outside, unless you want to talk about heaven or something? But like, heaven on earth is governing.
Can I
And
share with
The
you
Nation of
something
Islam,
that I have been?
the Hebrew is the one group of Israelites go to Israel in that one little area, and then you
Yeah,
had
they went
shopping.
over there and they built a community, and they were under the thumb of the Jews over there. But they built a striving community. But that's what I mean. And those are all steps to the stuff. But they should be following the Bible. The Israelites ain't even following the Bible. Like, you should be wanting your own land. Like, God told the
that's
Israelites to go get your own nation, govern under your own laws. So
doing
going to
something.
Israel, living among the Jews, how you're not even following the Bible.
Yeah,
Can I
doing
share with
something based
something?
on a foreign religion ain't no proper motivation anyway. I'm pro-black because I'm black to people that look like me. Race first, that's the motivation. A religion being the motivation, that's just some bull crap. That's more cult
Well,
crap. It
we
ain't
can't.
going nowhere.
But brother, I was there, and we was hard. Listen, the dark side, man, we upset a lot of. But I realized, hey, you got to allow, some people ain't never coming out of that, bro. It's a part of our culture. We got to let them live to some degree. So whenever religion comes up, we can't just go in on it. It's like, it's a part of our
I
culture here. Do you know what I'm saying?
I
So
can't stop them, but I can tell the truth. No, I'm just gonna tell the truth. No, I'm gonna keep it 100. I'm gonna keep it 100 and keep it moving. Hey, I'm offering. All I can do is invite people to come up here to my level. That's what I do. I invite people. Get up here on my level. You don't have to. You can stay in that. You can stay wallowing in ancient religions, ancient foreign religions, and you can do that if you want to.
Yeah,
But
but it's,
hey,
it's nothing wrong either with baby stepping people, being that we have been so brainwashed, being that
yeah,
so it's nothing wrong with, even like what we're doing now is baby stepping, right? We're here, we're open, we're listening to more perspectives, right? So that's baby stepping. So there's nothing
you,
wrong with
you
that either.
I say
Yeah,
this:
but there's
start small.
you got more baby stepping. Some people got to give you solid food though. Like if you eat some, there's got to be somebody that's going. If
Yeah,
you're laying on the track,
but is it
But
working? The question
but
is,
but
yeah.
but
Well,
see,
I
this
mean,
is
neither one of them is working. I mean,
but we did, but we're
not.
not. Go
No,
ahead,
but
my brother.
this is why when we talk about what we bring up, the wall, you can't get anybody through the wall. You can only lead
yeah,
them to it a bunch of times to where they keep hitting their head on it, and just watch them hit their head. Eventually, they'll break through the. Everybody
Mhm.
has a wall. That part of that wall is because a part of the indoctrination is like we said earlier, through fear. That fear is every time you hear certain trigger words, it just automatically puts your defenses up where it's hard for you to hear anything else that comes out of that person's mouth. So it's you, that ain't something that you can do. That's something that they have to do. And the further that they willing to hear you, and the more that they willing to
Mhm.
go, the further that they actually willing to challenge themselves, and where they at, where they stand at currently.
yeah.
But
And you can
I
only
want to give
point that
another.
wall out. If you keep banging your head on the wall, you ain't gonna get nowhere. Well, that's why I had to
Exactly.
learn, because we
Well,
trust
Exactly.
me, we bang, we hit them over the head, and it only
Hmm.
made people angry.
Yeah.
Angrier. You
well,
have
let me
to
Yeah.
let.
lead them to
Oh,
the
well,
wall, let them run into it, and then step back, lead them to the wall until eventually they realize that, and just point the wall out. And eventually, hopefully,
oh,
they'll see it. Other than that, it's counterproductive when it comes to
well, let me give it. Well, let me give it. I think we need both. I think we need people to. We got enough people giving them baby food. Okay. Let me give another analogy. Somebody's laying on the railroad track, which is what we are. We're the train is coming, and there's people say, "Hey, man, get up." I think you really need to get up. And the closer the train comes, right, it might be that one person finally that's just gonna kick the shit out of him, and then he jumps up, and then you done saved his life. So I don't think it's any
I
one
mean,
way. Me personally, I'm done with the baby food. I'm done playing pity
is
pat
that
with
that
people.
again?
Yeah,
That's
let me get it out. I mean, can I just say what I'm doing? Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm done playing pity pat with people. I think it's too many people giving the baby food. We got to have somebody to go full throttle, and that's my job. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, that's where I'm at.
Yeah, man. I
I,
ain't mad at that. You know what I'm
I mean,
saying?
if okay, so if it's working, then tell us how it's working. Like, well,
It's all it's a full court press. We need both.
no,
Y'all say y'all giving.
no.
Yeah,
You said that's
it's
what
worked on a
you're
lot of people.
right.
It's
So
worked on a lot of people.
give us,
There's a lot of
give,
people that have said that hey, thank you for that. To
I'm
me,
what every again, everybody's different, right? So you don't take away in any
okay.
approach, right? So some it all depends on the person. You know, sometimes you're like fully indoctrinated, you have to baby step them, right? Some people's not fully indoctrinated. You know, certain things was passed down through the family, and it's hard to break away from that. This we talking about a belief system,
Yeah, but
right?
a lot of
So,
times it's people. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
right, because some people like me decided to just pull all the plugs, right? I ain't dealing with none of them, right? Some people want that complete freedom, right? So
I'm
everybody is different. But now let's find a common goal, right? If we keep finding a common goal, just like we don't know people. I think he was saying that before, Blue, and he says I had nothing to do with money, and I totally disagree because we don't know how to spend our money. We don't know how to spend our money. We don't know how to circulate the money back to us. That is one of the main things. Even if we're talking about getting land and doing all of this, we can't even circulate our money to even hold you. It's a Chinese restaurant
But
everywhere.
you don't
It's a
circulate your money
Chinese.
yourself.
But you would never. I go to the store all the time. I've been on this earth a nice little while. I've never seen them in a corner store. I've never seen them in a supermarket. I would see them take the train, plane, or automobile to go to where their people out, their people, their Asian community to make sure their money is circulated
Mhm,
there. The Russians
mhm,
too. They will go to where their money is circulated there.
mhm,
We are the only ones who does not do that.
mhm,
The first thing we do when we get our money is we want to wear, not us in particular, I'm talking about people. They want to wear their other people names. Like
mhm.
you want to wear what is that, Louis Vuitton, and you want to do like
Balenciaga.
right. We don't see it's just regular clothes. Like we don't go to our sisters and say, hey, our seamstress sisters to say, hey, everybody that support that with the money. We do not know how to spend our money. It's a shame. We're in 2024. We can probably count in the United States, count how many just a regular corner store we have.
But
And then
but
can I say something
where
else too? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'll just say this too, where I agree with you about it, like it's the goal. Okay, we do want to cycle money, but the goal isn't to cycle our money because they're not cycling their own money; they're cycling other people's money, which
I'm
is
talking
mainly
about
ours.
us.
So
I'm talking
yeah,
about us. Even if
so
it's
but
their money,
no,
we could
no, but
convert it. We don't know how, even who?
no,
We
no,
don't
no.
know how
This
to spend it.
hold on. This is what I'm saying though. But that's a goal is to figure out ways to cycle their money in our
he
communities
doing.
It's
because we
Right.
don't.
You know how you do
when
it?
you
You get
work.
land. You get land and you sell
Exactly. When you
portion of the
work, you're
land.
Well,
getting their
Listen,
money. It's
well,
where
hold
you
no.
spend it.
Well,
Where
on.
hold
do
on.
you
Let me
spend your money?
hold on. Let
Can
me
I
help
say
you
this too
out.
quick, real quick? How many
Hold,
people got their tax return and got at least like maybe $3,000 on their tax return? And instead of buying, probably bought a car, right? Probably whatever. But if they would have put 255, uh, 255, they put $2,000, right, onto this acres. You know what I'm saying? They would own 5 acres of land, right? Then if you get people to cultivate the land, now you have an income coming in. You don't even have to actually go live on the land. You just have 5 acres that you just have people just hire people to go in. You could get like some people to like start to like till that land. Now you can like start planting on that land. Now you have a separate income. Now you don't have to work for nobody because you're selling produce or whatever off that land. You know what I'm saying? But it's 25. I'm looking at $2,500.
But this is the
I'm just
thing.
gonna do it. I'm not gonna talk
The,
about it. I'm just gonna go
no,
ahead and do it.
I think though this is the thing though. So I think a more
Genesis, I'm
strategic
doing it
way
too.
of looking at it is like, okay, so they set up shop and they able to set up shops in our community. Whenever we have black owned businesses, they don't come through and spend at black owned businesses. And the moment
That's
that
what
you
I'm
put
saying.
and the moment that you put that is black owned, they they make sure that they don't. It's almost like a target on your business. But one of the ways you can take advantage, we're trying to get more into to infiltrate in the corporations. Why not put a McDonald's in a community or a Taco Bell in a
Well,
community?
again,
That's still money
before
that funnels back,
before we
but
do that,
it's a lot less obvious that
which is
is
true,
owned by
but
us because
we
they're
gotta
familiar with that. That's one way we can get there because it's hard for us to get their money. One reason why is because we don't mass produce anything. Yeah, we can produce something on our 5 acres, but we're not out producing Walmart.
see,
Walmart then
see,
already destroyed the mom and pop industry,
see.
not even for just black people, but for white people.
But
They
They're in
destroyed.
the
You know what I mean?
again,
city. Just ask your
what we forgetting, right? First of all, what do we spend the most money on, right? That could be a start, right? How to receive their money. Okay, women like to get their wigs, right? Then maybe we should have wig stores, nail technicians. So why don't we start training the younger folks on whomever on the most we spend our money on? Them are the type of jobs we need to start creating. It should be more nail salon. Women like to look pretty. Okay, and we should have more black nail salons. That's circulating the money back. So now we want to look pretty. So that's how we start building up money on whatever we spend the most money on. And beauty, especially for women, is one of the we need to learn. All these places we go to, that's what we need to be learning. We need
Hey,
our
real
own.
quick, sugar love
Mhm.
brothers and sisters, I gotta get ready to get to some business. So I just want to say peace, everybody. It's been a great show. And hopefully we able to keep building and exchanging ideas with each other, man. I'll definitely be on the lookout when y'all go live and subscribe to y'all or whatever. And yeah, it's been a great show. And
Lex, this is Nene, the young lady that you were I had a bunch of questions. I just want to say thank you for being so respectful, for answering our questions. This could have gone left from the start, but to y'all credit, y'all carried yourselves like respectable adults, and I just want to say thank you. It was really enjoyable.
you're welcome. Thanks for the conversation and having patience with us and our radical ideas. So, you know, um, that's what it's all about, building relationships and hopefully in the future we can get it together and put some of these things into practice. And we just got to get the mind work right first, and eventually it'll all make sense and come together in divine order. But salute to all you ladies. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. And come join the dark side of the force. You know what I'm saying?
We
But yeah,
gonna
I'll
peace,
definitely
remain
man.
check you
open-minded
out.
and come see you.
We
I'll
would
come.
definitely check and support. Remember,
We'll
he
check
just
you out.
opened up.
All about
Remember, he just got this new channel. Please, if you haven't hit subscribe, go hit subscribe and make this your second home. Lex, make this your second home. Come over anytime you want to.
Definitely. Thank
Joy.
you. I appreciate it. Peace to y'all, Monty.
Definitely. Peace, y'all. Peace, y'all. I
Thank
appreciate
you
y'all
so
having
much,
us
Lex.
on.
Thank you so much, Blue. I appreciate you
Thank
guys
you
coming here
guys.
and giving us your take. I hope you guys go check out the website. It's called land.com, or you do a search, cheap land in Arizona. And I really implore you, hey, if you get about $1,000, hey, just get like a zero. You ain't got to get a 1 acre. You just get like 0.5 acres and just start
Genesis.
planting on that. Just put some plants on that, huh?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Now
I
we
Can y'all
can.
hear me?
Now we can.
Okay. Yeah, I've been researching that. When in 2018 and 2019, since my career was starting to take off, I was starting to look at islands and stuff like that. So I was already doing my due diligence and figuring out how much it would be to purchase an island or either purchase land on an island, as to compare to actually purchasing an island. And when I got back into the country, I started doing my due diligence as well as researching how to buy land out here as well.
Well, it would be really cool to start doing a group think, a group think and start, but it's sad that because of I forgot them other
Yes.
guys who that sit up there and took the people money. But it's good to whereas even if we got to start within here, but if we buy up all the town, because a lot of places have towns. Each towns run their town differently, right? Even though we're still in America, each town run their town differently. The same way you can live and how they act
Right.
on one side of the street is totally different how they act on the other side of the street. So which means they govern. They're good. No, you ain't bringing this over here, right? But it would be good to
Mhm.
say, hey, let's put this up and just get this land. Like you said, we got to put a little plant there,
Even
Just
as a test,
uh-huh.
what's it called?
Mm-hmm.
What they do when they do a test
Mm-hmm.
first, just to see. Because the thing is like before you can build an island, you gotta like just start small, but just like a little bit of land, get people on it, test it out. I forget what the word's called.
Thank you, OG Bobby.
Do a test on it and see how it go, and then okay, well, if it don't work out, hey, you lost $2,500. You know what I'm
I
saying?
mean, even if you want to bring it in as a corporation, that's why I said we got to start doing our own little think tank so we can see
The lady
exactly.
that was braiding my hair, she buys land. That's how I learned about the buying the land out here. The lady that was braiding my hair, she actually has purchased land already.
And that's another thing. We used to do that back in the days. Style our own head. Why? Why? See how we take the money out of the community? Why are we not doing that no more? We rather pay $300 for something we used. Well, back out of our days, I ain't that old, but I'm old
Somebody
enough.
else's hair.
We used to pay like no more than $50, and then on top of that, they mad because they want a tip on top. But that money is not coming back into the community. That money is going back to their homeland. So
Yeah,
if we was for to say, hey, like for the people like in the community who like do like just like I'm just use myself for an example,
throw
right?
your
Right. I'm just gonna use myself for an example. If I see is a need that okay, this is where we spend all our money. So I'm gonna make sure with my program, I'm gonna bring in certain things. Like I'm gonna bring in nail technician. I'm gonna bring in how to do this. So now you can start teaching these kids how to be their own bosses.
That's what
Now,
they did in Vietnam. What happened is that after the Vietnam War, I forget what the actress's name is. They loved her so much that she actually taught them how to actually do nails, and she created the whole. That's why the Vietnamese people, when they come over here, are really good nail technicians because she brought that over to there. So the bottom line is that, and I don't really. I think that we need to like just start to learn how to like grow our own, be natural. You know what I'm saying? Be herbalist and get into our natural. We get back to nature and get back into our natural state.
Uh-huh.
All that putting this other people's
Yes.
hair on our head, we don't know what the hell they was going through when they put when they told that
exactly.
person, take that damn hair
Like
off.
Right.
So who what
Right.
like
got
like
green?
look where we
Also,
buying shea
a lot
butter
of times
from,
they
right?
offer sacrifices to those that hair when they offer sacrifices to other deities because of that.
Yeah, and you putting it on your head. They could have had lice and everything. And
That's what
you wonder why you patting your hair is itching because they probably had to take a whole bunch of lice out of it and everything. You don't know what these people have been
and the
through.
There been bed
process, the
bugs that have been
process
found
too.
in weed.
And then I mean the
They gonna
process and
find
the
out later on that shit
cleanliness
was
of
fake.
it. Hmm. But again, if people still want to wear it, we should be the ones that find a supplier and sell it to ourselves, right? It shouldn't be that
Yes.
all of our needs we can't find a store where we sell it, but we always complain. Oh, the community is broke, and we ain't got no money in the community, but not no stores closing down. Not one time, but we so poor in our community There's no supermarket that closed down. There is no Chinese restaurant that closed down. Everything that's not owned by us has not closed down. So that means our money that we claim that we don't have in our community is sure enough keeping them stores alive.
But I hate people saying our community. It's not our community. That we don't own that community. Now, if we want
No,
to get the
what
land,
I'm saying
hold on,
is,
tell me what I'm saying. Hold on. If we own the land of the community, and then we can control who opens up a store. But we don't control the land, so therefore we don't have control over.
no, but
Because it's not
we
really
got
our community.
we got to start small, right? So by starting small, how about again, we got to learn financial literacy, right? These we got to start out small. We just can't just put our money together and do this, right? So that's why I said I only can speak upon me. When you see the need, you have to teach them business, economics. You got to teach them how to get a store, teach them about credit, just to get these stores. But when I mean about our community, I mean we are the spenders in the community, if that's a better way to say it. We are the spenders. It's majority black, so this is black dollars that's going other places where we have not aligned ourselves to even get the skills. They have the skills. We got to start acquiring skills.
Right, but the skill don't need to be how to do some hair. It need to be how to plant some.
I get you, but in the meantime, that's $1 billion business. That's $1 billion business that we are not receiving none of them billions.
Yes.
Let me say this. You listen. How much? Okay, if you have just even with so 0.23 acres, that's just enough to build a house on. Put a house on, right? That's like probably like the same lot as my lot's a little bit bigger. Even if you just got a lot like this, pay $3,500 on it and just start and hired some people to like plant tomatoes or whatever the hell it is. You know what I'm saying? You survey the land, make sure it's actually plantable, and you just do that, right? You don't have to worry about anything else. You just be focused on like your crops every year. You make sure that the people are paid to do that. You would also be able to fly people, to get your own people to come out there and cultivate that. But look, you see all these lands that are like 3,000, 2,000, 1.9K for 0.28 acres. I mean, I think that people think it's way more further out of their reach than it really is. You know what I'm saying? And then we get scared. Like, oh, I'm afraid I wouldn't do that. I'm scared to drive out to like Arizona. Because when I first saw this, I was like, well, I'm kind of scared to drive out there. You know what I'm saying? I'm kind of scared to go out there alone as a woman. But if you had a group of people that came out together and said, let's go out here and like, just check it out, boom. And now you start to, okay, we're going to do something with this. And you do this with that one. You do it with the next one. You move to get what the next one over. And now you end up with this large amount of land that you're doing stuff with. But you have to start somewhere, even on a small portion of land. And then you don't have to worry about who's opening up a liquor store because you're not even on that land. They're not going to be able to open up no liquor store on your land. But we don't own the land in our neighborhood, in our community. So we're saying it's our community. It's not our community. It's someone else's.
Yeah, but we may not own the land, but technically we do. We paying for it. We paying for that store to stay open. So technically we do own it. Now, the minute we stop putting our money up in like I'm just saying, it's so many different ways we could do stuff. Even if it is to get a piece of land, we still have to learn how to spend our money. So even if we wanted the land, okay, let's stop supporting these people. Let's start keeping our money and let it grow so we can get this land, so we can hire people to take over the land, right? But we got to first learn about money. So, because you cannot do it alone. We can't do it alone. So people have to learn about money. We got to learn about these things. So that will always be the first step, right? So maybe if growing natural and stop giving your money to wigs and stuff, that's more money we can save for land. If we stop wearing all this makeup, I'm just using this for examples, and stop giving it to everybody else, we can now save that for this land. There's a lot of money we're giving out, but we're not getting back. Maybe we should, learn, if we could get somebody to learn how to do our nails or just don't get out, that's $1 billion. This is $1 billion we're giving these people. If we stop giving it to them and put it in our own savings or a hedge fund or whatever, now we can start acquiring these lands, but it still takes money.
I 100% agree.
So the food industry is $1 trillion annually in the United States. The food industry is a significant sector in the economy of the United States, with an estimated worth of over 1.5 trillion. It's killing the hair or anything else you can think of that's not even like really like natural. You know, this is like just natural, like this food. You know what I'm saying? What we eat, everybody got to eat. And the what I learned earlier in life is that if you actually supply people their basic needs, that's where the money's at. That means real estate, food, medical. You understand what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And people's the what's some things called, the lights and water? What's some called things called utilities, right? Then insurance comes next. You know what I'm saying? Insurance, because people gotta have insurance when they drive, whatever. So transportation. Bottom line is that, but I believe that this is probably one of the largest things that exists. It's the food industry. So if you actually tap into the industry, I believe you're probably making way more than just like whatever that is. You know,
Regardless of either way, whatever way, we is still learning how to spend our money, right? We gotta learn who to give out. It doesn't matter what business. You could pick any business, but we got to learn how to stop giving all our money to them so we can accumulate some money. So if we got to tap into it to accumulate money, it doesn't matter. But we know that a billion, trillion, whichever way, we're still giving it away.
you see this? Real estate. That's the biggest way to
Okay, but where do we still have to accumulate the money to get it? If we're going to do it,
anybody that has a job gets their taxes. Just don't spend your tax money on bullshit, and take that money and buy real estate. But okay, you know what? I get it.
No, everything is correct. Everything is correct. Real estate will be number one, but again, you have to save your money. If you get your tax dollars, that's a way of saving your money. And again, that goes back to learning how to spend your money, right?
It's cheaper to buy land than it is to buy a house. So if you can't afford to buy a house, just go on ahead, get that like little $1,000 plot of land.
And the land is more important anyway. The land is more important anyway.
You can build anything you want on it, as long as you can put a damn double wide on the land.
But that it goes back to we got to learn how to spend our money, right? So if that's saving our money and putting it into real estate, beautiful. I mean, but land is way more important because they did that to the American people who went there to Ghana and all them other places. They had them buy them houses. The minute they paid for the house, they got evicted because they said we own the land, right? This is going on now, right? But these little things like that, like these are different ways of showing you how to spend your money. Real estate. Go ahead, babe. What else we got to do? You went past the list?
I'm sorry.
And stop giving all your money to Michael Jordan, right? Because I remember during COVID time, they got their little stimulus checks. It was so embarrassing. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, Jordan, I don't even eat that no more. Jordan comes out with his new sneakers right at the time. Isn't that something? Did you see all the videos of how long that line was for a pair of freaking sneakers?
Yeah. But listen, it's 4:13, so you know we've been here 4 hours, 4:13 hours.
No, it's 5:13 by you because it's 6:13 by me.
Right, I'm sorry, 5:19. So we listen. I think that this was a really good show, and I think that we really talked about some really good things here.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to hopefully we'll be able to have part 2, part 3, whatever, and really talk about this. I'm glad that we got to spark some interest in, with this discussion. Shouts out to Lex Vortex and the Dark Side for even the spark,
Yeah. Just glad he came through. And thanks to everybody that was on the panel. Thank you so much. Because some people have that. But we're gonna keep you guys up to date. I'm gonna go back. I gotta finish my live that I keep stopping for because she going on live. I gotta finish that damn little thing. I will be coming right back. I'm
supposed to be doing. I might have to push mine back. I'm supposed to be talking to the guy, but I might either push it back to later on or might till tomorrow. We'll see.
But hit me up. So I don't even know what you're talking about.
That's the assisted living nightmare. That's the next one I'm gonna be doing next.
Girl, that breaks my heart when I talk about that because I'm all for the seniors. I'm all for the sister living and seniors, right? Exactly. I am an advocate for that. I have always been an advocate, right?
Exactly. And when you hear the story that's going to be told today,
girl, I go to my mama. My mother, she her last job because she is a retired nurse. Well, she's still a retired nurse. And her last spot was in a nursing home. So, I mean, girl, I don't even know. I'll be here. But I am an advocate.
The elderly population is growing in our community. And a lot of times we put our loved ones in these places, whether they be mentally ill or suffering from dementia or whatever. And we just think that these people are being taken care of. And a lot of times they're not. And I want to create awareness about that. So that show's coming up next. Please join so you'll be notified about that. That's going to be coming up. I think because we kind of went over time. I'm going to go back a little bit further. So I'm going to let you do your thing, finish your thing up. And then,
but I'm definitely in there because I'm an advocate, right? I'm an advocate for that, the young and the old. So that's going to touch my heart, right? So.
For sure. So,
I better not start crying now because I bet tears be dropping.
Well, listen, that's what this whole channel is about. And I'm glad that we was able to do this. Thank you so much, Sugar Love. Nene, do you have something to say before we leave? Nene?
All right, she'll be back. All right, so do I need to say my last words?
Yeah, go ahead.
DJ, take us out of here.
Alchemize your energy, darling, let your spirit be free. Don't give up, keep on pushing through. Now is the time, it's all up to you. Alchemize your energy, my friend, let your spirit be free. Don't give up, keep on pushing through. Now is the time, it's all up to you. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, but over tragedy. No matter the storm, we will always take flight. Keep on pushing through the darkness of night. There's no limit, let's reach for the sky. Shine so bright, from darkness to light. I love who I am. I'm loving me. Look in the mirror, unapologetically. Love what I see. Love who I am. I am invincible. features. God makes no mistakes. I am successful. I am what it takes. I'm bulletproof. I'm 100 proof, and I love who I see because I'm living my truth. I'm invincible. I'm incredible. A star in the making. I reach past the clouds. I'm invincible. I'm incredible. And no